So here we are. We are going live. We are living it up, living it up, live.
Bringing up that.
Welcome, everybody, to another fascinating show. Excited about today's show, as I am usually excited about the show.
As am I.
And sorry about that. There was a little bit of an audio feedback for a moment.
Hmm.
So we're talking about dream weaving, this reality of motivated perception. Round table. Now, how much of reality is what it is, and how much of it is what we give to it? How much of reality is effectively an anthropomorphic projection? And how much of it is what we hold within ourselves? These are the big questions. Namaste, Neil. How are you, brother? Namaste, Luna. Hope you're well. Everybody that's in the chat, welcome to you. I hope you guys are having a great day. Starting the show here with Indie Sage, dear brother, shadow worker. Namaste, dear Mexico. How is your day going? How's everything at home? And well, Indie Sage, I'm sure those of you that are regulars know Indie well, but for those of you that aren't, I shall introduce him. Indie is a shadow worker. He works with helping people integrate the parts of themselves that they've repressed, parts of ourselves that we forget and that we can't face. And he helps people to re-engage with those parts of their forgotten self in order to find a sense of well-being and a sense of integrity and wholeness in this holistic world. Oh, what happened to Zerilot?
I hope he
Maybe
comes
his
back.
mic wasn't on.
Oh, he said just touching base. Not a minute earlier. Hope he's back soon.
Oh, well, I'm going to introduce Zerilot when he comes back. He's going to be with us. He's an interesting brother as well. For those of you that haven't seen his show, it's linked into my advice channels. If you go to the front of my page, you can see all the advice channels there. Namaste, Zerilot. Looking forward to his input. He's a box saga guy, and the box saga is very close to this notion of reality. How much of the reality has been sculpted? How much of it has been front-loaded into our brains? The notion of time, the notions of the shape of the earth, the notions of the way things work, consciousness, life, the transcendence of the body. Sometimes we have to face up to very difficult truths in this life. Sometimes we have to let people go, our loved ones, our parents, our grandparents. Much love to all of you that are bearing these losses at the moment. How much of the suffering that we experience is because of the way that we've been viewing reality and the notion of these time and space. And unfortunately, we're all locked into this paradigm of reality which causes us to suffer. How much of the suffering that we experience is based upon our own internal perception of reality? These are very interesting questions. It takes us into a whole broad sphere of spiritual psychology and philosophy. And so without any further ado, we've got dear brother Indy here. I'd love for Indy to introduce himself, tell you a little bit about his shadow work. He's also, that's just the beginning of what he does. He's embedded in all occult sciences and philosophies, and very much into the ancient histories and setting things straight, getting in touch with the ancient roots. Dear brother, tell us a little about yourself and welcome. It's an honor to have you, as always.
It's an honor to be here today, and it's going to be a great show. I'm very excited about this. The topic of the show in my work as a shadow worker and anthropologist and mysticism fanatic is going to be really great. There's a lot of resonance there. So I know that in ancient mysticism and Taoism, which I do some lectures on at the local spiritual center, they consider that each individual's perspective is unique, and there are innumerable possibilities of different perspectives for us each to have of the world around us, which is considered the world that comes from the unseen causal world. And so we all have the same causal world, but we all have a different view of the world around us, of the yin and yang that are manifestations in the physical realm. And so it's really beautiful in the sense that the unseen world being considered the Tao, which is kind of like spoke about in the first chapter as somewhat of a dragon, kind of poetically, is said to be um, magnanimous and all doing, but yet doesn't seem to do anything at all. And so it's a very paradoxical nature of it all, and it aligns very well with mentalism and the Hermetic principles. So it really kind of shows that we all have these different views here of this world because firstly we come from the causal world of the mind space of the creator. And so the creation of our each individual selves is unique in our physical bodies as well as in our minds, and we have things which we share, and we have things which are unique, and it's just a beautiful dynamic which we have there. It's kind of a different perspective to see that we all can see things completely different than one another, and so it goes kind of against the usual ideation that we all have these things like a sense of time, and we all have the same sense of what's right and wrong. But I think a lot of us have differing views on that stuff, and there's a neurodivergent line of thinking that's been coming around, talking about how we have to recognize that some people have very different views, particularly like people with ADHD or OCD or on the autism spectrum. But besides that, I think we all have different views as well, based on our astrological signs, which the ancients saw in a different light somewhat. They mentioned that our fate of the stars, which they associated with Harmony, the goddess of the fates, um, can be a handicap to us if we don't understand our our weaknesses in the stars and start to work on our deficits and our idiosyncrasies. They can get the best of us, and so there's a lot there in the uniqueness of our perspective, whether that be our astrological perspective that's been kind of predisposed to us from our birth and our alignment with the stars, or from how we develop from nurture, or how we develop from nature, or how we're affected by our peers and by media. All these things have an influence on how we see the world. And so people have been getting more diverse lines of thinking, and it's kind of drawn people apart in a lot of ways. But in some ways, these smaller groups of people in certain lines of thinking can be more closely bonded in these smaller groups. So there's a lot out there, and there's a lot of global groups going on right now that are sweeping the so-called globe. If you guys, I'm saying that word, or the world, others might say.
Absolutely, brother. You know, I think, and big love to all of you that are joining the show, and to those of you that will be joining the show retrospectively. I think we take for granted what we experience as reality. I think we take for granted everything as human beings. You know, I take for granted that my mom's still around and that I'll see her and that I'll have her around. And my son takes for granted that his mommy and his daddy will always be there. And sometimes it takes a loss for us to recognize and realize, you know, how transient life is and how transient this experience of reality truly is. One can build oneself up, one can be a billionaire, and then one can have absolutely nothing. Namaste, Lauren, how are you? Big love to you. Blessings. And so we take for granted this experience of reality that we think is so finite and so fixed. But generally speaking, if there's like something that happens, it could be an accident, it could be whatever, and all the eyewitnesses often tend to have different stories. There's a convergence of reality where certain facts remain sort of fixed, but everybody's experience of reality tends to be quite different. And it's very interesting. I used to observe this when, you know, my ex-wife would tell me about her experience of a situation that we witnessed. I'd be like, wow, I didn't get that. I had a totally different experience of this reality, you know? Like in my experience, this was just a reality. To her, it was like and I think our emotions and our feelings get in the way of reality so much more than what we recognize and realize. And so we tend to paint reality with a brush, with the kind of brush that we want. And so that's sort of where the title of this discussion. Yes, well done, Luna. That's exactly what we're really going to get towards. This concept of time that seems so fixed, this linear timeline. I mean, we've all had experiences that show time to be not what it seems to be, you know, and this idea of reality being so fixed, you know, how does that play into parallel universes? How does that play into the paradigm of living in parallel states and spaces, timelines, future and past lives? How do those fit into this cosmic egg of creation? And then, of course, is the idea of divinity, that there is this cosmic union within our souls and that we are part of something bigger. Yet, we are an individual. This dichotomy of being is something which is quite a profound notion to wrap our heads around. A lot of people tend to sit on one side of the dichotomy. And this is something I've noticed. It's not that often. What do you think about this, dear Indy? How often is it that people sit within both sides of the dichotomy? Most people are like either individualists or groupists. I suppose it's the nihilists or the opposite of nihilism, right?
Yeah,
Like,
it's rare.
what are your thoughts?
Most people will take one side or the other because we kind of live in a black and white thinking world where you're not really supposed to be thinking in nominalistic ways, not thinking in shades of gray, because people will kind of usually have certain derogatory phrases towards you if you try to not choose a side. Let's say you're wishy-washy, you're on the fence, you can't make a decision, all this stuff about that. But I think a lot of people that have wisdom can understand the value of being able to see the value in both sides and being able to have the freedom of being able to align with either or depending on the situation. So as much more complicated as that might be, I think there's a lot of wisdom in understanding the power of integration of the two sides, because I think in wisdom we really see that through jumping back and forth between extremes, we don't really accomplish much, but by holding that middle path is really where the progress is made. And so I think by maybe allowing that to be and having that come into more popularity or have more power behind it, I think people could really find leadership from people who take those middle paths. But that's been pushed away from us, I think, a lot. And so people have been stigmatized for being in a middle path a lot of times. I personally try to take views politically and stand on both sides of the fence. Financially, I think that the rich should be taxed equally, and I think that as far as welfare goes, I think if you receive welfare, you should have to volunteer or something, not just get free handouts. I don't think it's good for human nature to get things without doing something for it. And so, in that sense, I'm kind of red and blue or green in the middle party. So I think being able to have that stance is a conversation starter for one thing, but it can cause a lot of animosity from people who have had to stay by one side. Maybe they're jealous. Maybe they've always seen the value of another side as well, but they didn't want to stand out. So there's some difficulties to it, but there's a lot of value as well, I think.
That's beautifully put. Yeah, black and white and gray. I had a big conversation with a guy in his group, and he often has difficulties with this, and he's always looking for a phenomenal answer for a fact. He wants all the facts, and I'm like, well, facts. Are there really any facts? Because the moment you start getting into facts, you're getting into a fiction. This is what I believe. Every fact contains some kind of fiction because it has to have a narrative, a fact. And maybe life doesn't actually have a narrative. Maybe the whole narrative is what we give to it. And that narrative can very often be a polarized narrative. Normally is, like you say, a polarizing narrative of like black, white, for, against. It's this or it's that. It's one or the other. Where the moment you don't have a narrative, you start seeing all the possibilities of possible narratives and going, well, there's a possible narrative, but it's not the story. There's a possible narrative, but it's not the story. I suppose they both are sort of, oh, there's that, but it's not the story. Well, there's all these possible narratives. None of them are actually all encompassing. They all seem to become part of a composite structure that holds some kind of meaning, but doesn't hold a narrative. And that's really interesting, Nara.
It is.
And
I feel like all these different facts go along with, like you said, a narrative that has an agenda, and it really comes from correlations. Usually, it's not really, you can't really prove causation much. It's very hard to do. So a lot of times there's these correlations. So people see an association and they draw these connections and try to connect the dots. And I think a lot of times, if there's, have you guys seen these images where it looks like one thing if you look at it one way, and it looks like something else if you look at it another way? I feel like life's just to connect the dots for everybody, and it can come out totally different. It could be so many different things, Some people, that's definitely a swan. Other people are like, no, that's a mermaid, and people are fighting over it, and it's all those things. And some people can look down and see, oh, okay, they might see all those things on their own, or they might think, oh, I saw it this way initially, but I like that better, but we could see it this way too. And so when you're not fighting about it, it's more of a fun conversation. You can explore possibilities. But I think people, I don't know if it's shame, but people get kind of tough about it sometimes on themselves, and if they are trying to prove that things are a certain way, they want to be heard. I think that's really what it comes from. And I think if you feel heard, you might be able to explore your perspective more and see more possibilities and validate them. But if people are saying like, no, you're wrong, it's going to be hard for people to get past that. They want to really show these people that, like, look, you're missing out here. It's not only that I know that I'm right, but I can show you what you're missing. And so sometimes those people aren't right. You know what I mean? But it's good to be able to learn and listen and grow perspective and understanding. Ultimately, I think
that's what makes the round table what it is that the people that come on the round table can appreciate that. So we know that, like, we're not all going to agree, but we have enough sense to realize that just because we don't agree doesn't mean that we're all wrong.
right.
Doesn't mean that any of us are wrong, but we're all a little bit wrong, and we're all a bit right, and we're all sort of wrong and right. And I think this is the key, And okay, so this is a special show. We're going to dedicate this a lot to the people in the chat, because we don't hear enough of what they have to say. So Luna, concepts of time are not fixed. I love that. Time. We're going to have to ride that surfboard. The whole notion of time, Saturn, this T cross, which is a junction of contract. And then we also get to another really interesting point of something that Neil said here. Perception that God is all powerful and that all loving gives him huge strength and courage, so long as he's tuned. Is it turned or tuned? Well, I'm going to read it as tuned. You see, my version of the reality. Tuned or turned to it, facing it, tuned to it, resonating with it. And there's something in that. What is power? Where does power come from? I think there's a very powerful. What do you think about that as a notion? Every empowering thing.
I feel like there's great strength in that. It can be sometimes it can be something that people will say just to not have to do anything. They'll say, oh, I'm just going to put it into God's hands. But oftentimes it will really be a helpful strategy to say that, look, I can't understand everything that's involved here. But I have faith, and I know that I'm going to put this into God's hands and let him help me with this. It gives you the imagination of being able to reach out for help, being able to accept visions, being able to accept a sign that things are going your way. And if you see a sign, you're looking for signs that things are going to go right, it's going to be easier for you to facilitate a way for a strategy for a solution. Whereas if you're really daunted by the challenge and it feels like it's overwhelming to you, it's going to be easy to give up. It's going to be easy to see signs for escaping the situation. But when you're able to see a higher power that's behind you and helping you along the way, and you're able to take steps along the way with that power, I think that's the most powerful perspective one can have if you're somebody that would usually be overwhelmed by things. Now, there's other people that would be undaunted by things and naive optimists and just want to do everything, but don't really feel like they need to try hard at it. And so those people would need a different value of strategic guidance. Instead of thinking I need to get up and do stuff, they would need to understand I need to really listen and really try a little harder. And when I get up to do stuff, I need to not give up so easy. I need to work harder at it and get a little further. It's a very difficult state of mind. I've struggled with naive optimism my whole life, and a lot of people have the exact opposite. So all the advice that we hear is for people that have what's usually called reductive pessimism, where you don't feel like you're going to succeed, so you're not going to try. That's usually what most people have struggles with. But people that feel like they could do anything, they don't even need to try, it's a different kind of problems that it creates. You feel like you could have done anything, but you haven't done it yet. But you could, but you're really not going to get anywhere because you haven't put more substance behind your path that you're on. It's just kind of a lot of times as people just jump around between a lot of things. Also, in my path, I've been considered a seeker. So I'm looking for like a new path for humanity. I'm also considered a healer. I'm trying to be the one that is the fixer in my family of alcoholics. So I tried to be the first one to get off the alcohol and change my diet and work on my health, my mental health, and my diet and for my metabolism and everything. I've worked on a lot of this stuff, and it's considered to be a fixer, one of the type of people in a family that you can become. So my personal path that I've taken, I've come to a place where I'm really trying to find a lot of solutions for a lot of different pathways. And in that process, I've kind of jumped around between a lot of things, but in a lot of ways, I've transcended the compartmentalized path that most people are meant to take, where I do this, I'm only do this, and I specialize in this. But I'm what's called a Renaissance man or a jack of all trades. So you do see some people out there that are like that, and they're very diverse and versatile, but they won't necessarily be able to master anything as well as somebody who had spent like, what did they say, like 100,000 hours or something on one thing.
I always say that, and I always used to say it. I should probably say it some more. It takes all kinds to make a world, and I think like every position on the field needs to be filled, and some positions in the field need that eclecticism, not mastering. Like, let's say you're in a situation on a ship, right? And you've got a jack of all trades, right? And a virus goes around and the engineer is down. Oh, okay, I'm not an engineer, but I can do a bit of engineering. Okay, can you fill the spot? For now, I can, right? Then the engineer's feeling better, but the captain's going down. Well, I'm not a captain, but I can fill the spot for a while. You can play the role of the captain. Then the captain falls down, and it's like, oh, we need a chef. Well, I'm not a chef, but I can fill the role. You know, that person's like can move around and fill any role as needed at any point in time to keep the ship running. Yeah. So I think like every role has value, and like no role has more or less value. So I think that's the eclecticism is a necessary part for some people to play, because it's if it's our role to play, then it's our role to play. Which is an interesting concept. You know, everybody believes everybody has to be a specialist. I think that's part of the narrative that's been sold to us. And I love what you said as well just now. And I'll paraphrase it to, we create our own luck.
Yeah.
Like those lucky people are the people that just like, and just things just work for them. And everybody else is like, why is that working for you? I don't know. It just works for me, you know? And it's
Right.
that like generation of positive energy that has its own power. But the pessimist also has the role. Like sometimes you need that pessimist, like because the optimist won't see the obvious flaw. I was like, oh, there's just a little iceberg. The pessimist, yeah, about what's underneath the water. Maybe we should slow down. You know? And the optimist, no, we'll be fine. The pessimist says, yeah, but just because there's a small iceberg on the top of the water doesn't mean there's a huge one underwater. So, like, every role can be a universal, like, valid. And I think we've been taught to like and dislike certain roles. And here's something interesting Luna said. Luna said that the moment someone points out an image in one of those images, that's what you see. And that's interesting how that works. Like I've noticed now, like I could be called daft for saying this, but call me daft if you must. When I look at reality, I see one of those things, images. I'll look at reality some more. I'll look at it a little, and now the reality's changed. And I look like you can stare at a wall, and that wall will change. In the end, you'll be staring at a whole lot of faces.
Same thing if you say a word too many times. It starts to lose meaning and take on a meaning.
Yeah, man. So like even a blank wall can become a screen of faces. It can start talking to you if you stare at it for long enough. So it's sort of like really, and people would say, well, that's just your mind playing tricks on it. Yeah, well, isn't my mind playing tricks on me to tell me there's a wall there?
Right.
Do you see what I mean? Like, when is my mind not playing tricks on me? Oh, well, your mind's playing tricks on you. That's why you're seeing faces in the wall. But what if the wall is the trick my mind's playing on me? And we're all playing this trick on our minds, and we can't tell the difference between there's actually faces, but we see a wall. So, but then they're both true.
I feel like it's possible to walk through a wall.
I would absolutely believe it. It must be valid. Okay, I want to invite and welcome a new brother to the scene. His name is Zerilat. He's a very, very interesting brother. His YouTube channel is in the YouTube suggested channels. If you look in my suggested YouTubes, you'll find it in there. He's a box saga man. Now, the box saga is really talking about how this reality has been sold to us and how much of the narrative in this reality, this dream-weaved reality, is really a paradigm of motivated perception that has schooled the way that we look at ourselves, the world, reality, and everything. Very interesting bit of research. He's been studying the box saga for many years, decade and a half. I've only really come into the box saga this year myself. I've always felt that way. I've always felt like they were lying to me about everything. I've always seen little decodes and things, but the box saga I find very interesting. Namaste and welcome, dear brother Zerilat, and it's an absolute honor to have you here on the show. Welcome. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Om Shanti.
Hey, namaste. I did not know that my channel was added somewhere. God, golly gee, somebody who's got my interests at heart. Thank you. I appreciate that. Man, all right. So, introduction to me. Through my channel, you will see that I am a genius and a hot mess at the same time. I work with quite a flow state of mind. I am in a particular mystery school, which gives me a certain frame of focus in my work. It's we don't go down rabbit holes. We climb alchemical mountains. And the Box Saga is a part of the mystery school's core lesson plans about figuring things out. And I've been doing this kind of stuff since 2012, before I got more into magic and whatnot. I was a part of the metaphysical world. I was a host on Revolution Radio. The station is still around as a new kind of entity. And if you will give me 2 seconds, I wasn't sure how all this was going to go down. I didn't want to miss a second of it, but I've got eggs on the skillet. So I will give you a part 2 to my introductions momentarily.
Well, welcome, brother. So yeah, we've got an interesting and new, wonderful addition to our crew. Namaste, Sandra and Bernadine. Mexico, you're back. Some feedback on the sound. Okay. I will mention that to him. Thank you for that, dear Mexico. Mexico, what would we do without you? So yeah, what were you saying, dear brother? Were you saying something?
On the show. Yeah, I wanted to mention what was you said earlier in the comments about when you see something once, and they point out an image, it's hard to see past that. Yeah, I think that's why it's been so easy for the Babylonian Mystery School to direct our thinking and push us into these ways of thinking where we all have these sneaking suspicions that doesn't seem right. Like, I feel like there's something more to that, or I don't even see that. Particularly like the concept of time. I've never had a concept of time, but I've been able to develop more different ways of seeing time. I think for some people like myself who have what's called oppositional defiant disorder, when people have said like that's a duck on the picture right there, I'm starting to think, what else is it though? You know what I mean? It's like, all right, the wing kind of looks like it could be like a log, and the head looks good like it could be like a duck-billed platypus, but the body just doesn't match. And so if you start to see things differently and you're kind of defiant and you want to see things the way you're not supposed to see them, you will start to see things differently. And I've kind of done that my whole life. I've always kind of challenged the way that you're supposed to see things and see what else is really there. I think that people that are intuitive could have a greater capacity to be able to do this. And so if you're intuitive and defiant, it's kind of a nice combination where you can see past the smokes and mirrors and you can start to see what's really the substance behind everything. And that Plato's allegory of the cave is kind of a good story about that.
You said the word defiant, and you know what it made me think about?
What's
It made
that?
me think of Ronan.
Yeah. What is he?
He might be. I think he might be joining us a little bit later. He'll be
Yeah.
popping in. Ronan Defy Mystic, and his whole spirit is one of defiance. I think we've got a lot of defiance in our crew. I think our crew is very much Zerulot, brother. Can I ask you something? If you put your volume down, is this a phone that you're on or a laptop?
I'm on the phone.
Have you got a second device?
No, but hold on. I'm going to see. Adjust mic. I'm going to. Okay, hold on. How's that? How's that? Is that better?
It's not the mic. It's not the mic. It's the volume in the back.
Oh, we can hear it.
If you turn the volume down so that you can just hear it, then there'll be less of a feedback. The mic needs to be loud, if that makes sense. But what I do is if you've got another phone, or if you've got a tablet or a laptop or any other device, then you log in. Darn.
He'll be back. I think it's going to
be back.
Yeah, we can hear it there. Thanks for the heads up in the comments, guys.
Yeah, Mexico.
I could go on more about this thing about what Luna is talking about, where if somebody points out an image, that's something I've had a lot of discussions in the Taoist forum about this. When people say like, this is a tree and the tree does this, we get told with this little story about what a tree is, and it's not even half of what's going on there, not even close. And so when people say, oh, I know what a tree is, this is what a tree is, it's called this. And they think once you know the name, then you know everything about a tree. But there's so much more to a tree than a name. And there's so much more to a thing than our understanding of it. There's going to be way more than the words that we said. There's going to be always more words to be said about things. And so in radical honesty, we realize that there's three delusions that we live by, and there's three things that are undeniably real. We live by delusions of making things categorical, to thinking that we're understanding by understanding their category. We have the delusion of the planning mind. We think that once we make a plan, it's definitely going to happen, and if it doesn't, somebody's in trouble, and it's their fault. And then we have this mind of another mind that things, that the expectations from past experiences, things are going to happen like this because I've seen it happen before. And these are delusional lines of thinking. But there's three things that we know can't be denied: that something's happening right now in my body, something's happening right now in my mind, and something's happening right now outside my mind and body. The future may or may not be that linear future we're expecting it to be. The past is behind us. And if we want to go into it, we're not there now, but we're in the present. So why don't we deal with where we're at? But if you can travel through time and you find yourself in the present and be in the past, I've done that before. And it's the thing that got me about it was, if you're in the past and you're changing it, and then you come back to what you thought was the present's now different, but you don't remember what it used to be. So it's very paradoxical thing that happens if you're able to transcend the linear thinking. It's kind of a thing where when you do stuff, it's kind of hard to remember what it was like before and what the contrast is like. Is it better now? Is it worse? And so there's a lot of films and stories where people get wishes and they want to change things. And things seem to get better, but there's usually a catch. There's a good story called Bedazzled about that. Where a man meets the devil, but she's a woman. She gives him these three wishes, and there's always a catch. So, but it's interesting to think that if you wanted to change things by going into your past lives and making changes and then altering the present, I don't know. I feel like your soul might know the overarching narrative of the story and the changes, but I feel like in our consciousness, we might not really know what we've done, particularly. But I feel like we have a purpose. A lot of times, if you have a higher purpose and you've had visions, it's usually the case that you do have something constructive going on with these changes. And I feel like the world right now, a lot of people see it either as, oh my God, this is the end. Like things are getting so bad. Like why would you bring children into this world? And other people are thinking things are starting to change. Like, we need somebody that's going to have a good perspective on the world, to have children, bring them into this world to have positive hope about the future and start to make changes for the better. So a lot of people see the value of having an impact, having a good attitude in the world right now is really important. So it's like a really good time to bring kids that have a good attitude into this world and to make these changes. And a lot of other people are thinking like, it's gotten so difficult. The economy's crashing. Things are not easy for us. It's probably not a good time to visit the world. Or maybe even not about that. It's like where your motivations come from. Is it a great place to be in this world? When you go to work, are you doing great things for the world? Are you happy about what you do? A lot of people aren't in a vocation where they are passionate about what they do. And so it can be a difficult place to be.
Yeah, brother, so true, on point. Welcome back, dear brother Zerlot. I see you've got your technicals under
audio
grasp.
test. How do I sound? Good.
You sound good, man.
That's great now.
Fab-boo. All right. You were commenting on something before I had to dip out and come back. About these about the impression of the world that is coming on you and things like that. And one of the things that you'll notice if you've followed me from before I got Box Saga attention, I was covering Martin Heidegger's Being and Time. And if you've never read Being and Time, I'd say that there's some fundamental epistemology to be explored in that piece, because Heidegger is getting into an extreme dissection of the nitty-gritty of space and time, and kind of how we create this definition of what it is to have a state of being, and how much the world comes into play with this. And a great deal of that, what was in that book, was already falling into alignment with some of the modernized tools of communication that a shaman will use today because of the of how psychology operates with shamanism since the Jungian era sparked the interest in the subject. And Dasein is kind of like Dasein is just the existence in the world. It's your state of being in the world, and there's a struggle between your personal Dasein and the existential Dasein all around you. And this is that conflict that comes up when your entire comprehension of reality and thus your entire modus operandi of functioning in the world on like a nervous system level comes into conflict with other people that they don't like your vibe, man. Right? They don't like your vibe. They don't, they're trying to squeeze your world out of you. It makes them uncomfortable because to be in your field is to be in your world. And while I'm reading Heidegger in my stream, I'm commenting on how much this concept in mythology is just like Thor versus Jormungandr in the Ragnarok, where the world serpent is constricting and crushing upon you. It's a boa constrictor type of serpent. It has a poisonous bite, but it's also understood to be this constrictor. It was an allegory for the Roman Empire in the Bronze Age. And so this was an entire world encroaching on your world, and that world may have an inherent evil in it that you can't quite explain. And you're not thinking, you don't have the Abrahamic mindset's absolutist mindset about good and evil, light and dark like that, because you're looking at natural phenomenon and human behavior in different manners based on primordial old ways of tradition that we lived by. And now we're having these clashes, right? We're seeing, when we have culture clash, in places that are world inviting, that like to be a part of globalization in some way, shape, or form, or at the very least simply have a whole lot of commerce with people visiting overseas, and thus creating kind of like an internetwork between one nation and one place within your nation, yin and yanging, if you will, right? And so people typically buckle under this pressure, and then they reforge their identity into something that fits in, and it kills them inside. I am the product of doing the exact opposite of that.
Yeah, I often contemplated, I like that you mentioned culture, because when I think of a culture, I think of cult, sure. The cult that everybody's sure about, right? We're all sure about our own cult. So like I see universe as being like expansion of little cults, and we become parts of a bigger group, and our culture becomes something that we're so embedded within. Like I spent many years, spent like maybe a little bit, or almost 2 decades traveling. So I lived in, different places like the UK, very different culture. Very different. Then you go to like Wales, it's very different. Scotland, you go up the north in the Lake District, very different. Then you go to India, very different. You go live in Israel, very different. End up in Sri Lanka. Oh my gosh, what's going on here? Like the women have to be in pods back to back because the men don't know how to behave, but it's part of the culture. And I used to get so frustrated and angry. I wanted to like grab people and shake them and like beat some sense into them,
Yeah.
But we are so ingrained.
There's liberals and conservatives here in America, right? They look at the Muslim world and they assume that it's all like a very overt kind of slavery. When I bet you $1 million you get in there, you'll hear a bunch of women with their own rational reasons why it's the full fucking burqa. Like, and it's a for real, right? I mean, like, you can go out there, you can find black metal bands that have chick guitarists in it wearing a full burqa. You got no idea how fucking goddessy she may look under there, but she's a talented guitarist, and everybody and everybody's cheering for her, right?
It's just like, and I'm sure that whole crowd would be like, if she wants to take it off, she take it off, but I'm not going to be that insulting, because she's already on the stage amongst people where if she wanted to take it off, the world would protect her, because she's like doing a show in the West or something, right? So that's a context, a deep context to be understood, right? When there's a full invitation to leave that world to be happy like us, and they're like, nah, I'm happy as me in a full burqa, right? Like that's one of those hard lessons that that it's just like we have our unconscious slaveries, they have their unconscious slaveries, right? And
Yeah.
it's important to know the
That's
difference, because there's a nuance in how you make a direct approach to people about that.
Yeah, that's an interesting situation. It's like, is that Stockholm syndrome, or are we just judging their values and thinking that they must be enslaved because we just don't see the values that they do?
There may be an unfortunate reason why the women feel it's better to wear the burqa out of something else that can't be changed. It's a different issue to be talked about, right? I don't think that it's as simple as the way they sell a generality of men as rapists, but that's the conversation that has to be examined, because that's what their culture is kind of putting up. It's just like, we protect ourselves from rape this way, right? Which just sounds like a gaslight to me, to force a woman to not, like, just because we're so used to seeing women who, like, they're angry when you tell them to put on clothes, no matter how ghastly they look sometimes, right? Because women, I think, are much more comfortable being in their nakedness and in their form. And men are much more superficially kind of judgmental about that. But I granted, I don't think I think it's their superficial rationales, because we're not allowed to be honest with ourselves, right? And there's something much more of a primal reason why men do it. And we just but a different culture came in, and we changed to the point where we had to be in certain kinds of politenesses. We had to change our relationship with women, which was nothing like a Muslim relationship with women, nothing whatsoever. But that was the new oppression in the West. They're having different conversations about different values in the Middle East, and these are non-issues that they don't need American bombs to solve.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to unpack there, and I agree. I think it's such a complex matter, and I look at the woman in the West, and I've often felt sorry for women in the West, in the same way that I felt sorry for women in India, the same way that I felt sorry for women in burqa, because in the West, women have got to compete with the pinups. They've got to compete with that ridiculous model body that's been presented by the media. And if they don't look like that, then they get depressed and they get eating disorders and they get all sorts of emotional problems. So each model has its ups and its downs. And you go to India, it's a different story. Like, for example, in India, it's very sexual to show your shoulders, but it's fine to show your legs. I'm just like, what? What's that? It's fine to show your legs, but don't show your shoulders. Oh my gosh, look at that woman flashing her shoulders,
the whole
which is such a bizarre concept.
India has a shoulder fetish. Like, is there a particular country that makes all the foot porn so I can just stay away from that country?
Yeah, definitely. Namaste, Vivian. I think it is rooted in concepts of other, and I think that's a very important point. And I think the point is that we all think we're right. I think that's the bottom line of it. They think they're right. They look at us. They go look at your McDonald's culture, right? And we look at them. We go, look at your burqa culture. And the Indians look at everybody else and say, they're also tight-assed. Look at them. They can just be shanty like us. And then we look at the Indian side of things and we think gosh, these people, they don't get anything done. If you're being in India, the cricket's playing, that's it, mate. Forget getting a bus or a train. It's not going to happen. The airport's closed for the day because it's cricket on. Namaste, dear brother Ronan. How are you doing? Have you been picking up landmines? Are you rocking and rolling? For those of you that don't know Mystic Ronan, he's a dear brother, and he is definitely a defiant brother, like we were saying earlier.
Nice.
When I hear the word defiant, it makes me think about Ronan, because defiance represents him. Those of you that haven't seen his show, The Mystic Ronan, take a look. It's in the recommended channels. He's been doing some great work. Welcome,
Yes.
dear brother.
Oh yeah, massive love, peace and harmony to everyone. Gratitude for being here. I appreciate the kind words, Franklin. Indy Sage, what's up, bro? Always great hanging out with you. And see, you're wearing a shirt today, so that's exciting.
Yeah, it's freezing us.
Oh, is this normally a shirtless affair? I feel overdressed.
Yeah,
Oftentimes.
yeah.
Indy is our eye candy for the girls.
Oh yeah.
Oh, if that's the case, then
You'll
don't
notice all the women left today because Indy's wearing his shirt. I'm like, damn,
Right.
Indy.
Oh
Damn
man,
shirt.
give the people,
More
give them
things.
what they want. Give the people what they want, man. But
Just kidding, brother.
I mean,
Yeah,
Probably true though.
great to see you guys. And I believe is Zeraloff?
with a
Am I
lady
pronouncing?
there? Sorry.
Oh, no problem.
Your love.
I was just to finish my greetings, man. Zeraloff, is that how you say your name, bro?
Yeah, just about. I usually say I say Zeralath, but I don't give nobody shit. Oh, it's Stygian. It's Stygian. While we're talking about mispronouncing names.
Fine.
Zeraloff. I was thinking I was trying to be fancy and go Zeraloff. I don't know. I
You
can't.
get it? Off.
It's all right. It's a pseudonym. It's not what my parents named me.
Oh, okay. Well, good to share space with you. I think for the first time. And I just saw your YouTube like yesterday for the first time for some reason. And I really appreciated your shares on the Box Saga portion, and I really I thought the Box Saga I found so interesting to me, and I've actually I've taken a bunch of parts and merged it with my personal data set. You know what I mean? Because it's a lot of dot connections.
There's a lot of fill in the blank with the Box Saga, the way it's understood, rolled out, and whatever angle to a story hasn't been quite told yet, right? I mean, like I believe in off-worlders, and I think that off-worlders are inserting themselves into the Hyperborean bloodlines, and that's missing from the Box Saga. So yeah, no, you have to, you absolutely have to for where it's coming from, right? This whole discussion we're having, the Box Saga has an explanation of how we were all the same and we broke up, and why we're all different now, especially us men of the North, right? Because we were not seeded after the Ragnarok. Well, we were seeded after the Ragnarok. Everyone else was like survivors of the Ragnarok. They got broke from Udenma, right? So that's the tropical peoples. And you notice when you can stand back and look at all the tropical peoples on an energetic level, on an intuitive level, they are all the effing same. Like if they're still like pagan tribal and they hadn't gotten compromised by all of these other things that stacked on top of it. And our confusion comes from a primordial sense of needing to get back to that Hyperborean global family, right?
So
and they exploit that, and that's what they exploit to get us to abandon the way that we're living now, right? And tropical people, we had to reseed up in the north where we didn't get tropics like it was in the paradise time. So we had to completely change and be a different kind of primitive, because we were Arctic primitive versus tropical primitive.
Are the Hyperboreans considered to be antediluvian breakaway society or off-world?
Yeah, when I say Hyperboreans, I'm talking about the family that descended from Frey and Freya in the Box Saga.
Okay.
Yeah, the survivors of the original Ra, Maya, and what was their 12 sons and 7 daughters, which then reduced to, I think, 12 and 9, and then it became 9 and 7 or something. They had to reduce their family size during the Pleistocene which was the Ice Age, the Atlantis. And then they started trickling back in later as things started to thaw. They made the Arctic peoples, and then after that, they started having major family members bleed out and start doing shit in history, some of it good, some of it bad. And then they have little explanations for all those people. Some of that I've covered already on the channel, and some of it's yet to be covered.
The Hyperboreans were the gods.
No, they're just our ancestors. They're nothing special.
Okay.
Hyperborean.
They're if they're special in any particular way, it's that it's just that like imagine you grew up in a family, like a huge family, like a family of 12 or whatever, or you're the grandkids of a big family of 12, so you've got like a bazillion cousins, and then everybody broke off, but dad's stuck in his old ways, and you're going on, you're living your life, and this is where the conspiracy comes from. So that the matriarch and the patriarch are trying to get the family back together, but they're out of fucking touch. They were separated, and they're coming down with their ideas and failing to connect with what everybody else is doing, since they found freedom after the Ragnarok, when they were broke free from this single Hyperborean family, which may not have been tyrannical. It's not quite explained why the sun made the choice to cause the Ragnarok and break it up, because that's the only reason it happened, was Odin, the sun, wanted to change things up. Maybe mankind was doing something wrong, and it's like the Bible says in that respect. I don't know yet. I'll have to listen to more of the story or ask people questions that want to come on my channel.
So can I add to that, and as well as make it a question to you?
Just before you do, can I just welcome these two brothers and then you jump on? Is that cool?
Oh, yeah. Please. Yes, please.
I just want to say a few words of welcome to Stein Forks and to Cosmic. Stein is a pagan, and he's actually a pagan starter of an organization. You want to go and check out his website. You want to go and check out his YouTube channel, Stein Forks, the Greyhorn Pagans. Cosmic is channeling a wonderful system of occult therapeutics with the Fae. He's basically writing it from the ground up. It's an entire language. It's a whole system of cosmogony, cosmology, philosophy, spiritual psychology, and occult practices wrapped up into sort of like John Dee of the modern age, if you will. So we've got these two brothers that have joined us, and I'd love for you guys to say a word. We can let Ronan just quickly continue this, because it's a very interesting conversation. And I'd love to hear from you guys. Namaste to you guys. It's an honor having you guys on the show, and I'll step back and zip it up. Please, Ronan, do carry on. I didn't mean to interrupt you, brother.
If the guys want to introduce themselves, go for it, because I feel like when I bring up might lead to a long web. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess I'll go first. Stein, go by Stein Fox, Jarl of the Tribe of the Greyhorn Pagans, host of the Greyhorn Pagans podcast. You can find that on YouTube. Indeed, I'm trying to get to 750 subscribers before the end of the year. I believe I'm 3 away, currently sitting at 747. So still smaller podcaster, but I love what I'm doing, and I would love to keep doing it. You can find everything that we do on the Greyhorn Pagans, with Tribe, with the podcast, with the Grove of Odin, which is indeed our let's say legal organizational site. You can find all of it on www.greyhornpagans.com. Other than that, Germanic pagan, father of 2 of my own, one with Fire Fae, cat dad. I got 2 cats as well. Yeah, I think that's the most important part. Just Greyhorn Pagans. Find us, join us, sponsor us.
Yeah, I don't really have much to say on my part other than I love the John D comment, Franklin. It's pretty spot on, I'd say. No, I don't have really much to say about myself other than, it's this working with the system with the Fae for a while, and they've kind of been teaching me this hyper-dimensional epistemology, kind of relating to how bubbles reflect to these other types of bubbles called Zerfaxes, and it's given me a lot of different perspectives on things, and made me question a lot of the assumptions I previously had about things. So yeah, it's all very tied up to dreams and perceptions, so it'd be pretty relevant for this conversation.
Thank you, guys, and thank you, Ronan, for being so selfless. And please, Ronan, I hope you've got the bullet loaded in the gun. Proverbially.
Oh yeah, I got a grenade launcher ready. So greetings, guys. So I want to bring up, and especially to Zeraloth, in a little context of what I want to bring up is a little say the late 1400s time frame, if I can kind of start there real quick. And I it's not, in my opinion, guys, disclaimer, when I these kind of past stories I find completely relevant to our systems, around all the systems of today. So that's kind of how we got here, in my opinion, in the origins. That's why I'm bringing this up. It's not just simply a past story class. But so 1400s, you have what's known as Spain right now. It was known as Andalus, and you had, Moors and Hebrews on that side of the pond, and you have a whole bunch of all the kings of that area. There's a lot of inversion there. So, and in my opinion, the Americas also had Hebrews and Moors. So there was a trade and communication across the Atlantic pre Thanksgiving, Columbus time. All that silliness. So, and we all know that. So what I see was a conquering in 1491 of what's known as Spain today, Andalus then. Then, that opens up the gateway to come over to the Americas, which I consider, where back in the day Thoth comes from. That's where Hebrew comes from, the Phoenicians, in my studies. Then fast forward to the continued conquering of that, what we call Europe today, including in the Box Saga, they mention in the 1500s how the Vatican, after it also was taken over, this was a complete conquering takeover. They hire a bunch of Germans, which I look to the root word of Germans as the Garamons, which is interesting. And then they go into Finland and just slaughter everybody.
You talking about the sack of 1050? The sack of Finland?
I believe it was 1500 as they reported. I think
maybe something else happened 1500. The Box Saga makes a big deal about 1050 because 1050 kind of set the mark where it was the last like king of Finland that recognized the Box Saga, if you will, and that's what started the silence until 1983 on the Box Saga itself. I
think it happened again. I think there was a double down on that massacre in 1500.
That wouldn't surprise me.
Another turn, loop around and finish killing the snakes, if you will.
Right.
So, and I also in modern day Norwegian, the English word mason translates to murer, M-U-R-E-R, which in my opinion references Moors, and which is in my opinion where these masons of the newer class were they're LARPers, in my opinion. And they kind of did a takeover, and they're like, well, now they take over the mystery schools and Masons and all the governments and all this stuff, and slaughter anyone from the old ways, if you will. And I believe this is a realm-wide conquering takeover. And of course, that includes everything, implementing their timekeepers with the Gregorian cycle, calendar. That includes the language with the English and all that stuff. So, that's an open-ended question because it's a big macro look at the forest from the trees on how we got here. What do you think about that, Zeraloth? And take it wherever you want.
So, the evil in this world is pretty much of a quote extraterrestrial nature, right? This is like interdimensional, extraterrestrial, whatever it is. Various gates through black magic, dark sorcery were opened up to bring all sorts of things in. Thoth the Atlantean is different than the Office of Tahuti. This is an important thing to distinguish when we're trying to wrap these kinds of things all together, right? It's a deeper aspect of the mythos that the best I can articulate is the understanding that the Office of Tahuti was basically a position held by Osiris himself. But it makes sense to me because if you look at the mythos, Thoth sides with Set in the rebellion, that Thoth was gunning for the Office of Tahuti for himself. This is because there's the mythology of Egypt, there's the history of Egypt, and Egypt tells its stories in a hermetic fashion, not an animistic fashion. So you have to read it differently than you read most other traditional paganism, is that it's coming from a hermetic point of view. So I'm still trying to understand that language myself, right? Because it's hermeticism. It's a natural sciences kind of kick that was inherent in the spirituality, at least of their government structure, right? Because Egypt was so complicated that you could have a single family deity. The Irish also would have a single family deity. You go look at a list of Irish deities. There's just like some family registered their personal deity. There it is. There's another Irish deity that was worshipped 500 years ago, right? So like this is where Atonism comes from. Atonism came from one pharaoh's fucking personal family god that was forced into the system because he wanted to do radical change. This is Akhenaten. This is why Barack Obama was likened to Akhenaten, because of how he force-fed us hardcore social communism. Okay, so this is the invasive aspect of things, which is tied into Kabbalism, which is all dark sorcery. The Jews need to find out who the Jews don't know who they are. That's the problem with the Jews, is that they don't know who they are.
I'm just going to throw Khazaria in the mix.
What we know about the Jews is that they're from the Sumerian region. They're one of the.
Are you familiar with Khazaria in the converts?
The Khazarians, the people of the Caucasus Mountains and such, they were pushed up there from Turkey and such. They were pushed out of the Middle East. They're from Sumer. The ancient Hyksos are related to their lineage. Go look into the Hyksos. That's a big puzzle piece right there, is the Hyksos tribes.
I feel like they have some lineage from Ethiopia, but also the Phoenicians settled in Canaan and became the Canaanite Phoenicians became the Hebrews. I think
the Jewish people have a certain agenda, because the Jewish people are one of the peoples that was kind of made by one of the Hyperborean descendants after the Ice Age. Right, because there's one aspect of the Box Saga that explains one of these kids that comes down to start a people, and he starts the Semitic peoples effectively. So that's in there. You'll find that in the Box Saga.
Abraham comes down from the city of Ur, and then Abraham comes down. He's actually from Mesopotamia.
That's right. He's from Mesopotamia, He was a North Indian Brahmin. He was an Aryan. That's why he was called Abraham. He was an allegory for for Brahmins from North India, Aryan upperclassmen that had migrated in one way, shape, or form, perhaps nomadically, right? Just like Adam is a representative character for the Adamu, which was this race of people as referenced in ancient Sumerian origin stories and such.
So just an anecdotal thing on I've been looking into Land as Ireland, just based off some of the obvious verbiage.
Yeah, there's an agenda for those who are holding the throne right now. You know, the bloodline of the crown. Sure, these are, you know, you might as well be talking about the Fomorians. This is not the people of Ireland. These are Fomorians in the Irish lands. I'll put it to you that way. Hail Thomas Sheridan.
Is it the tribe of Dan? The Fomorians?
I would say the tribe of Dan is pulling a grift on the whole Albion region. All of that stuff. The Welsh, the Celts, the Scots, all of them. I'm a Purdy. I'm part Scot, so I care.
Yeah, that's interesting. The tribe of Dan. I mean, that's the Griffin people. That's London. London is the embodiment of the financial system. But this is where I think it brings us to an interesting point. You know, you were mentioning Odin, right? So On is the old Egyptian, pre-Egyptian land of Chem solar deity is On. So the reason we turn the electricity on is because that is the word for the sun. It's the name for the sun god. So On represents electricity, represents sun. And so you say old On, god of the sun. So there we can see an intimate connection between ancient Egyptian and what I've noticed is like, because I was first initiated into Hermetic Kabbalah, and then I thought that was the whole world. And then I sort of broke into, you know, some theosophy, anthroposophy, and other mystery schools, which were based on the seven rays, which were taking more of a Rosicrucian perspective specifically, which is got a lot of different schools of thought in it. And then I went to India, and it just broke my head open. And I was like, oh my gosh, like all the stuff is being said in India. All the Vedic stories are the same stories. We talk about Jupiter. They talk about Dilspiter. Dilspiter is one of the oldest deities. Dilspiter, Zeus is Zeus. Dilspiter is Jupiter.
Yeah.
So we see like the oldest of the deities there, and then we see the deities with the thunderbolts and the bow.
Yeah,
and we see also say this like iconography everywhere.
Yeah, I mean Thor is Jupi Thor.
Yeah.
So so Thor is in Jupiter, and Jupiter is Zeus, right? So you can pull all those connections together. It's very, like, I often think about how, because it's so wildly, like, the relationship that I see with how Thor is portrayed versus how Jupiter or Zeus is portrayed is so very, very different, right? Thor in our Norse mythos, Donar and all that, he's got big brother energy, where, Zeus, Jupiter is angry papa energy. Right.
Do you also see Thor in Torah, like Torah? Like where you see the word Tor, do you see Thor?
Well, the root language talks about what Tor is, right? And like the Torah is okay. I know that on the base level, the root language, without remembering exactly what the story says, is that is like the As people. Right. So Torah, like Tor is like this power that you have, right? It's your internal, it's like your gift that your soul has, right? And that's your Tor power, right? And so the your Torah is kind of like the story of that power, right? Because the Torah is also the tarot. And that's completely different than the book we know as the quote Torah, right? And it takes us on that Joseph Campbell hero's journey. It's that Jungian alchemical transmutation and all of these things. And so that root of Tor is also root backwards, right? So this is about your root primal power, and that is all what Thor represents as the sky god, is this root primal power, right? Zeus is felt more like an in the air, more so than Thor. Thor's in the air, but I feel Thor on the ground. Zeus seems to not be as connected, not as grounded as Thor, and that's maybe because of what was done to the Greeks by the time we have Greek records about these gods, right? Because by the point we have the major Greek mythology, everything's turned into personification. You know, the Greeks, these are pagans, these are polytheists more than pagans, because they're not really living off the land as much. There's a lot of city life going on, a lot of military life going on, working with money and commerce, and then you've got these hero gods that are very human with statues where, like, look at the detail of Zeus's muscles. It's just like we knew that Thor was a muscular guy, but we didn't have the desire to improve our art to make sure that the god's muscles were seen. The god wasn't vain about that kind of, right? We weren't animist. We weren't the tribal paganism in that Greek time. So that's a big difference, right? Because everybody looks at pre-Christian times as one fucking thing. The cults of Dionysus are not built and come from the same culture and way and living styles and whatever as various tribal things. They're not pagan. They're a particular cult. They're maybe not a secret cult, but they're a cult of some sort, right? There's different religions, different disciplines and orders. Before there was just a one of anything through this Abrahamic monotheism, there was all sorts of diversity of practicing magic and interacting with the invisible world. And there were also fucking people that didn't believe in a goddamn thing, because we've all been the fucking same forever.
Well, first of all, I appreciate your passion. And second, I appreciate that your mention of when I said the Torah and you mentioned energy. That was a good connection for me. I appreciate that, because I've been looking at, like, you think of like storage, storing of energy, past stories, his story, all that stuff is an energy holder of energy, if you will. So just on the wordplay alone, and so when you control the story, you're a major controller of a lot of things as far as energy and where the energy flows. So I really appreciate that. I know you kept going. You hit a lot of points.
You asked me a big open-ended question.
Yeah, I did it on purpose.
I was trying to hold on to Thoth for 5 minutes.
No, I know. I did it on purpose, and you took it and ran with it. And that was fabulous. I appreciate that. Some of those things, those nuances of, I have a different outlook, but it's like I'm also not disagreeing with you on a lot of your points. There's you said I opened it up on purpose, and you took it, and I let me get my thoughts together. But I appreciate you.
You're very welcome.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting. You know, when we look at how the different, when I look at it, when I've looked at the ancient Sumerian stories, I've seen the ancient Sumerian stories, and I'm like, wow, those are the same stories as the Vedas. Wow. I can see that the who followed the Sumerian cuneiform, which was the Akkadians, they had a different twist in it. But I know that there was a political reason why they had a different twist on it, because it came from a different generation, and Marduk had inherited the world after the Great War. Him and his giants had basically all of those that were surviving, who in the Greek are called the Gregori, or in the Sumerian text, they're called the Igigi. They had survived and inherited the world and had taken charge of all of the humans, the giants. And so there were these great wars being fought between those that were the survivors of those that had come from Nibiru and had that bloodline, and they were considered to be of the gods. And so we see the same story in the Norse traditions coming out, and it's very interesting. And then we look into the ancient Coptic and the pre-Egyptian, the stories that come from the land of Kim, and I see the same stories out there. And then you take a walk across and you speak to other people, Arabic people, and they have a very interesting idea of how the jinn operate and where the jinn come from. And you start noticing these stories all seem to dovetail towards a single point. And I think we've got lots of different versions of a very, very ancient story, and different versions of that story were told in different times by different cultures, and the cultural narrative changed the flavor of the story. And so we've got one version of the story that's from the Norse, which is a very old version of the story. Then you've got other versions of the stories, which are maybe a bit younger. Then you've got the Sumerian version of the story, which is also a very old version of the story. You've got the Sanskrit. Then you've got, even very interesting, when you look at the actual history and you see that the Anapin society, which is connected to the Persian. And so, wow, you look at the Persian culture and you go and submerge yourself in Persia. That's a land of ancient magic. And you start noticing how the Persian language, the Farsi, is connected to the Anapin society, and how that was a precursor or an ancient version of a very similar language to Sanskrit that came in the lower Rigveda valley. And so all of these stories seem to me to be the same story, but told in a different narrative. And I think this is very interesting, like how it comes to this idea of this reality of motivated perception. And motivated perception is, I think, a psychological term of basically meaning how we see in reality pretty much what we want to see up to a point, because we tend to anthropomorphize everything that we experience as human beings, and it is the human condition to do so. So God is sitting on a chair looking like us. Instead of a cosmic intelligence from whence all things have arisen. And so I love where you guys are bouncing the ball, because there's so many of these dovetailing ideas. And I think that might be what Ronan was getting at as well, in how these ideas, what I find interesting is the narrative of his story. So the first time when we see any mention in ancient writings of Eden is in the Sumerian story. And the first time we see the word Adamus, is in the Sumerian story, which is, as far as we can tell, some of the oldest writings in the world, which is really interesting how that narrative has become so used. And then we see the stories of the giants and the gods in the Norse, which I always find fascinating to myself, because, I think we've been taught that there were no giants, and the giants are a figment of our imagination, but there are histories that speak about giants eating human beings. And we were told as kids, the giants will eat you. Ha, 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 ha. I don't think that was just a joke that parents told their kids. I think it's an ingrained subconscious recognition from back in a time, because it speaks in Sumeria about how there were different versions of humans created. And some of the humans were created as food. What a hit trip. And they were smaller. Now we've got these pygmy tribes in Africa still to this day. So there were smaller human beings that were actually bred and created as food for some of the giant beings that had a particular taste for that kind of nourishment. And so you can see like these stories of giants and pygmies, and I'm sure Ronan's going to jump all over this. I mean, we've got evidence in the Americas of them living side by side, do we not?
Oh yeah,
I'd love to watch that basketball game, old school giant basketball game.
I've never heard of them being food before, though. But in the Americas, the dwarves and the giants worked along each other. And in Nan Madal, the dwarves were said to be able to lift the rocks in the air with some kind of mystical powers, and the giants would put them into place. So they work together a lot of times. They very well. There's stories of the giants initially being leaders and shamans of the tribes, and then later on that they becoming fallen and pushed out of the tribes and becoming cannibalistic. So we have different places and times that where the giants were good and bad, and where they were eating the people and where they weren't eating the people. But there's definitely some stories where they have gone to the dark side for sure. The story of Vespucci, the giants were trying to eat the humans. And
I
this
think
was,
that is the basic story, is that the giants were Shem Yaza. So when we look at the old story of the giants, which I think is so like embedded into the Norse cosmology, when we really understand that the giants were real beings, that there was some that stood with Shem Yaza, and then there were those that stood opposed. And so the giants literally divided into two, the good guys and the bad guys. And we see this in the Norse tradition, don't we?
see that.
Am I
Now,
right or wrong? Like Loki. Loki was one of the giants that ended up becoming very closely woven to the gods. Or am I wrong with that?
he was
He still served Odin, did he not?
the progeny of a giantess.
He was a considered a brother to Odin, but that is not to say that Loki really was one of the good guys. Loki was a force of chaos. But then again, as I have said many times also on my own show, if it wasn't for Loki, many of the gods wouldn't have what they have. Like Odin wouldn't have his spear, Thor wouldn't have his hammer, the Sleipnir wouldn't exist. Then again, if it wasn't for Loki or one of his children, Ragnarok wouldn't have happened either. So Loki is a very dualistic force, like a true force of chaos. Like good things come out of it, have come out of it, but also a couple of very, very bad things. And he is considered a giant. He is married to, or at least has kids with a giantess.
Mm-hmm. Oh, his bride is a giantess, right?
I got two good references there. Stein, love what you said right there. I'm gonna add a bit of a caveat, right? That I think that in our mythos, just like in the Egyptian mythos, there is the office of Tahuti, and then there's Thoth the Atlantean, and then who's Thoth always likened to? Hermes and Odin and such, right? Well, he's more like Loki in reality because of Thoth the Atlantean versus the office of Tahuti, which then you could say it's like Odin, right? And then there's mytho-history involved. There is Loki as a primordial trickster spirit of nature. He's kind of like the karma police. He punishes you for what you ignore in your unconscious. And then he also rewards you for exploring your unconscious sometimes. This, that, and the other. These are the things that happen, right? But then also the deeper meaning of more devastating things. There were persons that existed that were part of orchestrations of causing all sorts of reeks and havocs, right? People that, if it weren't a fairy tale, if it was people actually doing to you as the subject of the play, say you're Odin and someone just fucking killed your son. I'm sorry, man. The guy who killed my son's fucking evil to me. I don't care what your fucking argument for evil is. Somebody who killed my son is fucking evil, right? Not the wonderful shit. Like I'm talking about when it's the literal person, just like there's the literal Thoth the Atlantean. We're talking about a literal Jotun versus our mythological Jungian archetypes. It's great that we have our Jungian archetypes to work on that for personal work. And so we have to always remember when we're talking about our mythology, if we're talking about how historically possible that mythology is, we have to start being able to separate these elements, because this is something that notoriously happens with the trickster anti-god in particular. And I don't think it's healthy to be having reverence for Loki on your altar and things like that. Odin, as a trickster, ought to be everything you need.
I feel like there's a lot of similarities when you look at the story of Lucifer in the Bible and the story of Job and his workings with God, and the stories of Loki working with Odin. I feel like there's a strong correlation there. You got the figure of like the ultimate good, the father of the gods, working with like the underworld trickster god, and they're both working on the same agenda. The trickster god's going down to do the dirty work of the high almighty God above. So I feel like in both situations, it's not only condoned for the trickster god to go do his chaotic minglings, but it's encouraged. And so is this ultimate God of good and the father of all the gods, is he the one orchestrating these evil acts?
Odin's keeping tabs on a chaotic force of nature, which is the only thing that could possibly be the bane of Asgard. He's keeping tabs. He's keeping his enemy as close as possible. It's Sun Tzu's art of war, and Odin is the master general.
So he's fighting fire
and the Ragnarok is still unavoidable because that's how dangerous it is to play with Loki. Odin made the sacrifice of trusting Loki so you don't have to. So stop trusting Loki because you don't want to, trusting Loki is not how you hang on Yggdrasil for 9 nights. That's how your son avenges your death, which is all well and good because we're all going to die, but it don't got to go down like that. Your Vidar can serve a better purpose than trying to kill another man.
Now we also have to consider, was Loki or Lucifer in her story a hero, and was he demonized in his story? Because we see the figure trying to provide the knowledge of good and evil to people and being denied.
Well, they made Zeus into a tyrant to frame the whole thing, right? So under the delusion that the true deity Zeus is a tyrant, then it makes Prometheus look good, right? But there's several ways to analyze everything that's going on there, and on the level of analyzing it as something that happened in history, then you're talking about like, it's the typical like alien invasion. One guy defects from the aliens and he brings a laser gun, and everybody reverse engineers laser guns, and now humanity's on even keel with the alien invasion, right? And thus that makes him a hero. It either makes him a hero or it makes him part of the military industrial complex who's throwing you at the meat grinder by giving you a gun to go because we can't find you, so we need you to be stupid enough to come out and fight, right? So that's also a trickster. Prometheus is forethought. Epimetheus is afterthought, right? So Lucifer, being the light bearer, is a Latinization that comes later. Prometheus, in between becoming Lucifer, is known as Phosphorus, which is why we eventually get to Lucifer, because of the illuminating element of phosphorus and the illumination process associated with this. And it's a very alchemical kind of situation to be expressed and represented in the mind, because we're talking about a titan of forethought. A titan is a Jotun. It's an anti-god, right? And like I said, they had to make Zeus a tyrant. So try not to let Greek state propaganda, which is being influenced by the Jews by the point in history that we're thinking of this kind of way of looking at mythology, because of how they needed to control people and guide their thoughts. Now we are looking at, what is really going on if, say, Zeus is supposed to be the good guy, because you got everything in order and you're doing everything right. Like, can we foresee this as a style of harm that serves no good, and we have to be of our highest wits to stop it, right? Like Thor still has to keep an eye. Thor keeps an eye on Loki closely too. and he it's like, I guess they're friends, but he will kick his ass in a heartbeat just for the wrong words, and he does so at the dinner party.
That feuding brothers kind of relationship.
It's very, very interesting when we start to dissect the cultural programming. Obviously I honestly think that our entire history has been fabricated. I think like more than we can imagine. I know it's official that they changed the calendar because there were errors with the calendar, but I think we're thousands or 1,000 years off of true history. And there seems to be a lot of evidence for this. And the whole story that we've been given for history, I think, is wrong. Very interesting. You mentioned forethought. That makes me think of what an important role forethought plays in the Gnostic tradition. If one goes into the Gnostic creation, we did a session on the Gnostic story. If you guys want to go and take a look, it's one of the previous roundtables. We actually broke down the entire cosmogenesis of the Gnostic tradition. I haven't seen it really done anywhere else. So if you guys are interested, basically the whole story is broken down from beginning to the end of the whole creation story of the Gnostic ideology. And forethought plays an incredible role in this, and sort of as the source of evil, which is interesting. And what you were saying about the cultural narratives, the Devas are the good guys in the Vedic cosmology, but when you go over to the Persians, the Devas are the bad guys. You see, this is cultural narrative speaking. So the Devas, according to the Persian tradition, or the pre-Zahura Mazda tradition, the Devas are the bad guys. But you step across to India, and the Devas are the good guys. And you go to India, and you see the Nagas. The Nagas were the bad guys. But then some parts of India, they worship the Nagas. Why? Because the Nagas worshipped Shiva. Now, Shiva was a good guy, but in some ways, Shiva wasn't the good guy. I mean, Shiva chopped off his own son's head because he wouldn't let him go and watch his wife wash when she wanted privacy. That's the ideology of Ganesh and how Ganesh came into being, which is another interesting concept. And Shiva is this very hard to fathom potential within the human psyche as it's reflected in this form. And I do believe that there are beings that embody this consciousness on physical form on earth. And so we look at how Shiva used to take darshan from the giants. So all the rakshas is the word for giant in Vedic cosmology. When you go over to the Persian world, it's not called rakshas, it's called yakshas. So the yakshas were the giants in Persia. That's why we've got this ancient giant text which is found all around the world. What is it called? It's called the Ogham. Is it called the Ogham? So you get the Ogham language, which are the ruins. Now this
it's interesting that you said that. Because also
this is the ancient book of the giants. And we find it in Persia, we find it in Arabic, we find it in Vedic, we find it translated into ancient Greek. It's like one of the oldest books around. It's the story of the giants, of the blood lineages of the giants. Of Shamyaza is one of the popular stories, and the Nephilim is a version of this story. So we see all of these narratives.
It's channeled called it's the Lost Book of King Og. It's a channeled book. It's from a Gnostic perspective. It's from the perspective of King Og. And there's another book that is and that book tells the story of the flood from the Nephilim's perspective and the Raphaim's perspective. And there's the Liber of Lilith is another channeled book that tells the story from Lilith's perspective because she gave birth to the Nephilim and the Raphaim by raping Adam and Eve. That's the and those books give very comprehensive explanations for things, and I think it holds up as channeled information. I feel like it's mostly telling the truth because it answered a lot of questions. One of the giants who had a small army in the Great War of the Flood, just before when the flood was happening, all the giants were killing each other from all over the world. There were the giants that came to join the war from the north were their leader was called Jotun. Jotunn, just like it's spelled in up here in one iteration of Jotun, right? And so his name is Jotun, and he comes from the north, and he comes down to fight with King Og and all this shit as the Nephilim and the Raphaim are tearing each other apart because the moon child died. It's this whole mythology because of their religion, that like all this shit about worshiping Baal. That was the Nephilim and Raphaim's religion, and they were sacrificing and eating humans to them. The Nephilim were I think it was the Nephilim were the ones that were openly monstrous. Like they indulged in human flesh and were very proud of it. The Raphaim, they kept humans as pets, and they would secretly take some away to sacrifice them to their god and to eat them. But they kept that under wraps. They didn't let everybody else know that they were feeding off of them. And thus they were perceived as the good guys by some after the flood, and their traditions kind of got kept because they were fooled into thinking they were the good guys when their traditions survived after the flood, because it wasn't all about fucking Noah, obviously.
Yeah, it's beautiful when we see these stories, and they've got all these colorful versions of the same story, and I think each one's a puzzle piece to the bigger picture. And I think this is very interesting because Neil was asking a question. Is it all dual perceptions, thoughts and feelings? And I think this is like quite an interesting perspective here. Like, is there an absolute? Is there an absolute information? Is there an absolute truth? Is there an absolute anything? And I think what we can see is how many different versions of the story there are. Even within the Norse tradition, I believe there are a lot of different versions of the story. And within every tradition, you are going to find different versions of the story. And so like it's two people witness the same event, but they're going to have a different perspective and a version of what happened in their head, and they're going to scribe it. I actually, the first time when I was 18, I went into a trance and I wrote down about 10 pages, 12 pages of Norse. I couldn't read or write Norse. And anyway, I wrote this saga down about the giants. I didn't really know much about the giants. I just channeled it, but it was in this other language. And somebody else who was studying that tradition saw this. He said, "My God, where did you get this?" And I explained to him, no, this is how the grammar works. Because at that time, I was still in the trance. I could still understand the words. And I was teaching him the grammar of this language and how the language works. And I was remembering that because there was a time when I was one of the scribes in another time. And this is what I did. I wrote these stories down. And like he freaked out on this information because it was central to what he was studying. To me, it wasn't a big deal because I was fully into Hermetic Kabbalah. This was just by the by, you know, for me, it wasn't my cup of tea, but I found it interesting. And I think there's something in this that like we all have within us this genetic memory of this fundamental truth, and it's carried in our ancestral lineage. And I think this duality of perception, of emotion and thinking gets in our way of experiencing our own egregoric consciousness of it. For example, like if we go deep into ourselves, we can experience our parents. And if we go even deeper, we can experience our grandfathers. If we go even deeper, we can experience their great, 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 great. And then we start to build this timeline within ourselves of our ancestral lineage. And with each portal that we travel backwards, we're moving through a different part of ourselves. And it's like we are this combobulation of all these different versions of reality that have culminated to make us this version of reality that we think is one fixed thing, but it's consisting of all these cells, and each of these cells that make up the tissue is one of our ancestors, and each cell gives its own version of the story, its own version of reality, and we get this sort of overall mix mesh, and our own unique cell put in. Like my cell is going to change my son's version of reality by what I've experienced in my life. And so I think there's something very powerful when we look at all of these ancient stories. And getting back to the idea of duality and perceptions, I always find that interesting. I don't believe there is a unity beyond the duality that can be experienced, even though unity is fundamental to the state of duality. What do you guys think, especially when it comes to looking at these ancient truths and his story? How much of history has been produced as two dualities in order to just literally drive us up the garden path? Like you were saying, Zerilot, about how the Greek propaganda came in. And I'm sure that the Egyptian had their propaganda. I'm sure that even in the Norse times, there was their propaganda, and Sanskrit had their propaganda. And every culture had their cult sure imprint.
Yeah.
Bifurcation of the stories in one culture going one way and another culture going the other way. Oftentimes, that can be a sign that the history has been completely falsified.
What about I'm sorry. Go on. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, with the underworld in the Norse kingdom, it's a very cold and icy place, whereas in the hotter places, it's a fiery place. So before that, it was always the sanctuary of the gods, where everyone goes in and through the earth to reemerge from the other side, like in the matriarchal line of thinking, as sexually a woman has the seed go in through, and then the child comes out from within. Now, as the line of thinking changed with the patriarchal takeover, then the thinking of the spirit goes up and out, like the seed goes up and out of the male. And so the domination of the thinking went along with that. And so the underworld then became a dark place, because up and out and above is the place of the sanctuary of the gods now. But really, in truth, it was always the sanctuary of the underworld. And so when the humans and the fallen angels were cast out of that underworld and banned until the end of this dark age, according to Kabbalah, then we were banned from there. The stories changed and everything became about that being a place that we don't want to go to. Now, of course, if the humans were banned from there, and if those of the inner earth were controlling our narrative, they would say that this is the place that we wouldn't want to go to discourage us from coming here. In the stories of the Mesopotamians, there was a problem where Enki brought a pupil of his, of the human slaves, to study the wisdom of the gods. But by bringing him down there, he infected one of the infants who died of the gods, after which all of the humans were dead. So, according to the stories, we see that there's a story of truth. And if we look back before the story of the fallen angels, we see that the female goddesses were the ones in charge. And so later on in the Greek tale, we don't really hear about that story. We hear about the Titans came first. But in Mesopotamia, it was the gods came first. And then when they mixed with the humans, that's how the giants came about. So it seems like the giants were a result of the gods, whoever they may have been, whether they came down from the Zagros mountains, or whether they were from above, or whether they came from sanctuary in the earth below. We don't really know. But we do know that it seems like the falling of the matriarchy led to the creation of the giants and all of their evil deeds.
I think I'm going to take this into a more meta direction, and just like thinking about the whole concept of a story itself in its own kind of terms. Because if you think about human history and all the subsequent religions and mythologies, it's like humans can't not see the world as a story. And I think that's very interesting. And if you think about, well, what is a story? It's basically a recorded sequence of events. It always has a beginning, a middle, and an end. You got your protagonist, you got your antagonist. And I think maybe if we're talking about, things that bind us to reality, it's maybe we need to find a completely new way to understand reality altogether beyond story. Because it's like, I'm just kind of thinking here, if we view things as being the universe, as essentially being a story, then we always view things as having a beginning, a middle, and an end. And I think there's something kind of, sort of fatalistic about that. And I think if you kind of learn to look beyond the story, see, I think of it more as sort of a primordial sea of dream foam. Because if you think about what a story really is you're taking a dream, you're getting paper, you're writing the things you see down in your dream, and you're crystallizing that dream into a physical form, into this fixed sheet of paper. Because if you think about when you're in the astral state, when you're in the in a dream state or lucid dream, things are very dynamic and flowing. Things are kind of changing. The understanding is moving. But once you kind of put things on paper, that's set in stone. That's kind of, or literally they would, carve this thing into stone. So I think, to me, if we want to kind of like, it's like, I guess in my practice, I think of when I look at stories, I don't really look at the content of the stories. I always try to think, where is the edge of the story's universe, and where does that edge intersect with the outer dream world, the outer imagination that exists beyond that? And I think, to me, if we can learn to get to that sort of that primordial imagination beyond these kind of the very simplified, story structure, which, I mean, obviously it's simple for a reason, so it's easy to understand, it's digestible. But I think if you can kind of learn to be a little bit more meta and sort of, look beyond it, I think then you can kind of get more of a true grasp of what the nature of reality is, and like how all these kind of different stories interconnect into this larger, sort of picture.
I think it's really
I
important.
love that.
It's
Please continue.
But also, if you want that story to be the truth, I think it's important to accept that story may just be a story, and you can accept the value of the story for what it is. To think that that's the only truth, I think a lot of times will lead people to denying all of other people's stories, or not being able to understand the values of other stories as well. So I think it's very important to be able to see past wanting to see something as the only truth. I feel like when I find the narrative of my stories through picking out different storylines out of different narratives, I feel like what I'm trying to do is, I had a vision where I was shown the past of the human race, where we had come from living in the sea as a breakaway civilization, and then came as the Atlantean race later, after the Lemurian civilization had broken down. But for me, what it's about is trying to help people understand that there was a race of people that did not come from the stars, that just lived along the sea and slept on the beaches for millions of years, to the point where they developed incredible mystical powers and psychic abilities. They developed elongated skulls, which we have evidence of today, and is being denied by academia. But it's hard to hide this stuff. It's becoming more and more available to the public. And so if we have the human species kind of showing up on the map about 200,000 years ago, where all of our other relatives were having no cranium really, and all of a sudden we came in with a cranium, I was shown that there was another part of our species that had an elongated skull, which created us as a slave species. And so we are not really our own thing. We're a hybrid of two different parts of a bifurcation of our species. And so it's been shown to me that this was the case. And so when I look for the storyline, I'm looking to articulate, how is this storyline going to lead back to the origins of our species, that I can help people find the clarity to understand where we're from and understand where we might be going. It's a very difficult process, in which the things I've been seeing at first didn't really line up with the narratives of our storylines of Western society. But the deeper I dug into it, it shows that there's a lot of things that have been covered up did actually show that what I'm trying to get out there is really down at the bottom of everything. And so when we look down to these stories, it oftentimes shows that they came from above, or they came from the seas. And to a lot of people, they interpret that as they must be from outer space. But to me, I think a society that has had extremely advanced breakaway civilization with high technology did not necessarily have to have come from outer space. And if you look at the technology that they have in the UAPs even today, everybody that's looked at that technology shows that they ride on a depression in the atmosphere, in the gravitational field of the planet. And so without being in a depression of the gravitational field, they can't travel in those crafts. They would not really operate outside of an atmosphere unless they're going through some kind of a wormhole, which we haven't really understood the applications of.
That's really interesting perspective, and I like that. I think there's a lot to unpack. I think, the narratives we've been sold are so particular, and we need to just completely decondition our brains and keep that open perspective and the possibilities, because then we can actually download the actual reality as it's written for our cultural program. I think within each cultural program, for example, it is said that like Westerners should practice with the etheric field. That's why Western magic is all about developing the sephirot, or developing the spheres, working with the spheres, which are containers for energy. In India, they work with the emotional currents. They work with the energy that fills the spheres. They work with the chakra, which is the spinning vortices of pure energy. And there's a different way that these affect you. The one affects your emotional, hormonal state more. The other one will affect your central nervous system more. And we tend to, in the West, be more central nervous in terms of our minds working with thinking patterns far more cerebrally. In Asia, they tend to be more passionate as people. And we'll see like Italy and different European people also have this very powerful emotional passion that they bring through. And so the passionate people probably work better with one system, and the neurologically driven people probably work better with a different system. And they are sort of like two hands that fit each other, like the balance and the harmonies. And it sort of comes back to Neil Warren's question about God is unity. That word God has always been an issue for me. I look at the word God and I see G, which represents the spiral, which is phi, which is the enactment of the toric field. For the toric field follows the spiral, and that spiral comes out of itself. And because the spiral comes out of itself, we depict it as a donut. That's when you go into the center, you come out. And when you go onto the outside, you come in. And so I think that when we look at the word God, I see that spiral, which is the G of Freemasonry. And then we look at Od. Now, Od is Ud. Ud is Odin. Uda actually comes from that tradition, does it not? Does Uda not, the word Od, not come from the tradition of the Norse tradition? And the Ud is the Norse tradition of something that is metaphysical and not physical, right? Which relates to Ud On, and On is the sun and the potential of the sun. The Son, the Holy Ghost. The Son is always brought into this picture, and the Son is always self-sacrificial. Sort of we see in our tradition where Emmanuel was sacrificed on a cross, the cross of Saturn. We see Od On was sacrificed on a tree hanging upside down. We see the same narrative, the same story. And so I think when we look at this God is unity, I think that which unifies all different parts of ourselves is that which unifies all of us to each other, is that which unifies all different time points and timelines to each other, that which unifies the past to the future, that which brings all of this back to its primal first sphere of activation, which is, according to Hermetics, the mentalist sphere. For all things come from the mental field and is downloaded and then corroborated and then uploaded as a quantum entangling principle and process that is the expression of On, the sun. The power of the electrical field is coming from this principle of entanglement. So I think there's a lot to uncover when we look at the unity as the idea of divinity and God, because there is that aspect within us which does unify opposites and does bring a sense of polarity into a state of unity. However, I also think it's a pitfall. I hope I'm making sense here. The same unifying principle, which is a fundamental principle of consciousness and a fundamental principle that brings about integrity, because the integrity of the human mechanism is brought about through bringing those different parts of ourselves together so that we can be a single integrous unit that maintains a sameness. And to have integrity is to be who you are, to be what you're feeling and what you're thinking and what all the parts of you are driving towards, not to favor these parts over those parts and to be this part or to be that part. So I think that like the unity and God, when we talk about that, the unity is expressed in the multiplicity, and that the duality is unity. It's just that we can't perceive unity without dualizing unity because we have two eyes. What do you guys think about that? I think there's some mystery here with the Odin and the eye, and Osiris getting the eye from his son. Same story, ancient Egypt, right? This eye being donated. What is that about? To make thine eye single. Okay, so I can hear the crickets here, but perhaps I haven't articulated what I meant as well as I could have. But I do feel that there is something to be understood in these ancient narratives of these two eyes that will see two perspectives. And in yoga, we speak about the Shashumna. The Shashumna is the resolution of the Ida and the Pingala, which is the etheric and the astral coming into that state of union, which expresses the causal body, the causal field, that which reincarnates from life to life to life. We call it enlightenment, we call it liberation, whatever we call it. But there comes a point in one's development where the two currents are merged in a way that they are both used. In other words, like you can use your left hand, or you can use your right hand, or you can use your left and your right hand together and get a lot of strength. How's that for a notion? You've got so much left, so much strength in your right. Use them together. You got. Sorry, what was that?
Oh no, I was just gonna add, based on looking at the letter shapes, I look at the letter D, capital D, as a example of that polarity duality. It's like one half of the moon, and you got the other half. And I also like to think of that two slit project or experiment when they put the light through two slits. I like to think of that as our eyeballs are that actual experiment. I just want to add that in there.
I like that. What do you guys think about that? The experiment of consciousness taking a physical form and having the double slit experiment thrown into our very faces so that we can create a duality of unity within reality in order to experience opposition within ourselves. Otherwise, how could we become so fractured? And why do we feel we need to be fractured? I think it comes back to dream time, right? Like, what was it that you were saying, Cosmic, about visualization and one eye open and one eye closed?
Oh,
what
yeah.
was it your favorite
So
thing to say?
basically,
That was interesting.
here's what I've been kind of postulating with the whole. And let me kind of explain how I kind of came up with the concept of the indeterminate zone, because I was thinking about seeing objects within your peripheral vision. Now, let's say you're sitting at your computer at your desk or whatever, and you see a spider dangling out of the corner of your eye, and you look to see, oh, there's no spider there. But if we take the multiverse theory seriously, the idea that there are multiple universes existing, in the sense of probability, that means there is a real universe where that spider actually does exist. So I've been kind of postulating that what we see in our peripheral vision is actually sort of like a bent curvature of a kind of a higher dimensional perception. And so when it comes to understanding the astral, the reason that I do try visualizing with one eye open is that you have one kind of space where your eye is closed, where there's a kind of a dark sort of middle eye. Because when you keep both of your eyes open, you're kind of focused in the center of your vision and you don't really notice your peripheral vision. So when you keep one eye closed, that where the edges of your vision meet become a lot easier to understand. So if I close my right eye, I can see where my vision ends with my left eye. And then what I try to do is I visualize something within that closed eye space. And the idea being is essentially that this is where the physical world and the spiritual astral world intersect. If you can kind of learn to simultaneously have astral perception with physical perception, you can start to see how the two actually interact with each other. And that's sort of what I mean by visualizing with one eye open.
And what about the fact that there's the flower of life being created? The notion of these two
yeah.
circles. Sorry, Indy, you were going to say something, brother.
I like that idea about the flower of life being created from the two slits. But no, I want to say I see a common theme between the slit experiment as a kind of a masking of obfuscation of the two eyes, kind of seeing what seems to be an illusion. It seems like what we're seeing is not really there. It changes when we look at it. And the idea of Odin removing one of his eyes and seeing like diminished sight with his external eyes. I think there's a common theme there where it's an experiment. They're trying to make us too focused on the external world that we're seeing outside of ourselves. And we're too focused on, do I see clearly outside? Whereas how clearly do we see inside? And what about that inner eye? And so I think the experiment is to try to distract us. And I think Odin had that understanding and that wisdom that what we're seeing with these two eyes is too much of a distraction. If we can lessen these distractions, we can see deeper within, and we can see with our inner eye more deeply. I think that's what he was going for through that sacrifice at the well. He wanted to get that magical wisdom from that sacrifice of not being too caught up in these distractions of the external world.
Ronan, brother, I'd love you to jump on what you were trying to get on earlier about how much of reality has been force-fed to us, like with a spade of like manure. If you're with us, he might be spading manure as I'm speaking, doing yard work. Are you with us, brother?
I'm with you. Yeah. What was the question?
The manure that has been spaded at us in the form of history.
Oh, yeah.
And how that has shaped our perspective, this motivated perception of reality, expecting a particular state. I mean, our reality is based upon what we believe the past is. I think we don't realize how much of reality is focused in this way. I mean, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. That's definitely where I have my kind of personal research to uncover those mounds of BS piled on. You know what I mean? Literal, and in a lot of cases, literal mounds. and it's amazing, you know, when with these systems, you know, for me, when I make up my personal kind of my outlook on this realm and my experience here, how much of it is based on, you know, the foundations being built on that BS, and where it comes from. Because I see a lot of, you know, Franklin, you already, a bunch of people here already today and often point out similarities throughout the realm, based on the words and the stories, etc. Because I feel there was a one realm, maybe there was like a regional confederations, but everyone was in communication and sharing, you know, technology and information and things at some point. And whether that was wrecked by a worldwide phenomenon of, you know, disastrous effect, and then maybe combined with a group that was like, we're going to take over this realm, right? And do a lot of it, not with bullets and swords necessarily, but combined with very nice sounding lies and BS, and then re-educate. Because really, it doesn't take. And I know, Indy, you probably are very aware of this. 1800s, you force a bunch of the kids into a re-education programming. Those that refuse to take that programming are considered crazy and you're either in an orphanage or you're in an insane asylum. And then a generation or two, the memories, you've reprogrammed a whole new group of people, and this is worldwide, right? And a lot of this is not ancient. A lot of this is very, very, very brand new, still happening now today. You know what I mean? In my lifetime, I've seen, like in the Asia parts of the world, adopting English more and adopting calendars more. I remember when in like a China area, they'd be like, yeah, we got to follow the Gregorian calendar, but we also have ours. And that's been really changed in very recent times. So yes,
Oh
for
my
me,
God.
whatever system, whatever like book, whether it's a monolithic one, Abrahamic one, or some other thing, it's like who wrote it, where'd it come from? Sure, there's some shared stories, but is that itself also a hijack, along with the whole learning methods, along with the, I did a show the other day with Moonfeather where I talked a lot about this. I'm not trying to do a shameless plug. I'm just saying, like, all these systems, you name it, right? Whether it's science and physics, the very makeup of the molecules and all that, or whether it's history, or whether it's, technology, or you name it, all of it is ran by the same singular group, and all of it is to disempower everyone. So yeah, that's like the overview macro kind of thing about it.
I heard a lot about the orphan trains in the 1800s in the Americas, and recently I heard about some stuff that just absolutely blew my mind and kind of explains it all. There's a story now that in 1802 there was a war. The British came and won that war and took the Americas back. In 1810, they ratified the Constitution with the 13th Amendment, that our leaders can never use titles of royalty because we're under the king. And in 1812, there was an invasion where they destroyed all of the records that they had taken over our country back, and that our Constitution has been nullified. So since then, they had the orphan trains. They re-educated the children to forget that that had ever happened. And we've been educated in the Americas ever since to think that we are a nation. But we don't have a prime minister. And there's only 4 countries in the world that don't have a prime minister, all of which are linked to another country as a likely secret colony. So it's likely that America is actually a British colony, which is why our military has been used by the British to police the world. And a lot of British conflicts have been dealt with by the American military. So we know it's been run by the 16 bloodlines of the military, of the British monarchy and their presidents. Go on.
There's something I was just thinking now. There's a very interesting kind of like implicit bias in the word program and programming yourself, because if you think about it, what that implies, and this is something that's also kind of part of the Western narrative, is that because you think about what things can be programmed, machines, computers, devices, to imply that we can be programmed is to imply that we are machines and not animals. We are not organisms, because you can't really necessarily program a tree or a gerbil or some kind of like, or a mold of fungus, not necessarily directly with code and language and symbols and stuff. So I think that one of the things that we kind of like lost our sense of power and narratives of control is this sort of Cartesian idea that the human form is essentially like a machine or an organic computer, or as someone like Richard Dawkins would like to say, that we are basically biological robots. But I think this robot narrative that we are essentially just these sort of and once we believe that we are robots, once we believe that we're machines, then we think that we need to be programmed, that we don't, because they think about a machine, it doesn't have its own natural will. It doesn't have its own implicit will. So it needs a programmer. It needs someone to tell them what to do and what to think. But an animal runs on instinct. And I think that we have kind of lost that more instinctual consciousness in terms of like who we are, by believing that we are machines rather than animals.
Absolutely. Yeah, some people think that we used to think animal-like, and that we were more in touch with being able to commune with the spirits and receive wisdom from the gods, and that we actually had statues and figurines in the old times that would enable us to get more visions, because we thought more animalistically. But as we've started to really be more analytical and trying to program each other how to think and see things, we've lost our connection with nature. And so we don't really get these visions as much anymore. We don't have our inner eyes aren't as open now. There's some thinking about that. I learned about some of that line of thinking on the Library of the Untold podcast. It's kind of a fringe theory, but it's interesting.
Well, if I can add two things, if you don't mind. Some would argue that that behavior patterns of humans can very well be programmed. That's part of the studies of all the think tanks and Sigmund Freud's of the times, and Pavlovian and all that stuff. So there is, what's firmware. If you get into a thought system, that can control you. And even nowadays, currently, they think they can literally program you with graphene oxide and electrical pulses, and literally control you, as humans, like remotely control you from a technological standpoint. Now, Indy, here's a quick anecdotal story about the kids.
Yeah.
My mother, rest in power, she passed away, but she was born in the 1930s in London, and she told me when she was a child, London was getting literally bombed. She would wake up, they'd be scared, and then come out and see like a building down the block be destroyed, from bombs and stuff. So what they did, she was probably about 8 and 6 or 8. Check this out, Indy. They took all the kids at that time during World War II in London, put them on a train, and shipped them all to Northern Ireland for safety. No adult, like, family member supervision, or what I'm saying? And who knows who was like watching over them, what I'm saying? Luckily, she was brought back, 6 months later. So she's sitting there she had a younger brother, my uncle. These kids, think about putting yourself in that situation. Like, how you're like, what the fudge? I don't know any of these people, a bunch of orphan kids, like it's Oliver Twist. You know what I mean? Luckily, they were returned to their home. But imagine that happening in like Ireland, where there's like the famines or something. Take the kids away, take out all the adults, and just ship the kids somewhere and repopulate a place and remove their memories, and then they have kids.
It's so traumatizing to have your kids ripped away like that, and like they might come back. That is so difficult to wait in anticipation that they're going to be returned. I've seen footage from we lost Cosmic, I think. I know. Yeah, we did. But no, I saw some footage from the war in Ukraine where kids were being taken away from their parents by soldiers, and the parents were trying to fight the soldiers, and they were coming up empty-handed. The kids were just being ripped away from them, and they're not explaining what's going on here. That kind of stuff is just it hurts my heart.
It's still happening. And this whole story, like I've sort of had a bit, namaste, take a little trip. How you hanging? Hope you're good. I think that this whole thing is a travesty. And like Ronan says, our history has been uncovered. Now, I think about Ragnarok, right? It's supposed to be so long ago. But this was like quite a big war that like really wiped out a lot of the population on Earth, didn't it? And it came with all sorts of calamities and problems that came as a result of all of the forces being released, according to the stories. It took a huge toll on populations. Could what we call Ragnarok, this was really what I wanted to get into with Zerilot earlier as well, could that have been something far more recent? And could all those empty photographs that we see of cities and empty pictures of cities, which are like not that old, have some relevance to all of these incubators from the world fairs and all of the stories that we have of like Oliver Twist and all of these orphanages, big orphanages full of kids, and all of these orphan trains? And the orphan trains weren't just in America, they were in Europe, they were all around the world. And what is the story of slavery and people being transported all over the world? Could there be some kind of a historical narrative? And it makes me think of what you guys were talking about before, the fleas in the jar, right? Sooner or later, the fleas won't jump that high because they don't want to bump into the glass. Then they'll teach themselves to jump lower, and their kids will learn from their parents how high to jump, right? And then you don't even have to cover the jar. You can keep your fleas in an unlidded jar, and they won't know they can jump out of the jar. So we used to be very superstitious humans until we were told that being superstitious was silly, and we were ridiculed for being superstitious, right? So now people aren't superstitious anymore. Maybe that superstition was like the fleas knowing they can jump out of the jar. Recognition that we have powers and potentials beyond physical reality with our consciousness and our words, that we could create reality. And so we were like reformed, re-educated, compressed into a mold so that we were like those fleas in the jar, teaching our baby fleas that you can't jump out of this jar, it's too high, sorry, even though 2 generations before the fleas were jumping much higher than the jar. What do you guys think, as that is a notion, and the Ragnarok story? Could there be a connection?
Absolutely, I think so. I feel like we've been programmed systematically to weaken ourselves and our ways of thinking and our ways of means of sustenance and our ways of coping. Our diets and lifestyles have been all kind of pushed to this indulgent stage where we're like really easily controlled. But for those of us who have like taken a mystical path or shamanic path and trying to overstep this like industrial mechanization indulgence that has been pushed upon us all, with all of the different levels of it, it's hard to stand out of it. But when those of us who have done it, it's really liberating to get away from the narrative and the programming. And it seems like, I feel like it's might be for the best that we don't have everybody waking up together at the same time, because I don't know, I feel like ultimately there'd be this struggle of power where everybody wants to be in power again. And when people are all kind of at the bottom rung and only select individuals are able to step up, I feel like it gives them more of a leadership position. Now, if everybody was able to have awakening together right now, I feel like this world would be a different place, and we would probably have what we consider to be like a utopian thing going on. But ultimately, I think it would be a challenging transition. We would go from being in a consumer state where we're at right now to try to go back into direct sovereignty and take care of ourselves on the land again, but we don't have the practice on our belts. So I feel like we're going to have to systematically work through this oppression that we're under. And I think a few people have been stepping up to inspire others to take the power back and start to get back into nature and to live naturopathic lifestyle again. It can be really freeing, and it can be really easy to do for yourself. And it's more, the thing about it is it costs a lot of money to get these fancy chemical things and fancy technologies, but we don't really need them. And what we do need is we need our health to be our wealth first and foremost. And when we go back to the basics and being closer to nature and understanding the diet that our body needs, it can really help us find that inner joy that we can then bring back to the circles that we were in, where we were kind of being dragged along as a consumer. Now we're a creator. So we can now help people create that new society that we've already begun to create for ourselves, to supersede these old ways that are falling down.
It's like they wanted to get us babbling on about nonsense, using words that aren't real.
Yeah.
Disconnecting our sense of intelligence from language. Taking our language away from us until we become like babbling. We're just babbling on. We don't know what we're saying. It's like listening to the younger generation have a conversation and they think they're speaking English. And we're like, what language are these kids speaking? Like, what are they speaking? Like, that's English. To us, they're just babbling on. But they're talking about like this influencer and that influencer and this digital thing and that digital thing, and none of it's reality, right? So they've like really given us the Tower of Babel, like in our faces with language, and everything else seems to be like geared towards this. And like I noticed my little boy the other day, we were talking, and he said, "Oh, Daddy, don't say that. You'll make it happen." I was like, "Oh, little bugger."
I see a lot of that. Spiritual
Like yeah, he's onto it. Like I think it's a natural thing for kids to know. It's like what we call this what do you call it? Superstition.
Yeah.
What we call superstition, I think, is a natural way for children to think.
Yeah.
And I think it's actually got to be trained out of us.
Yeah, they go right for it.
Yeah. And
a lot of attraction.
If he had been hanging out with other children in like schools instead of being homeschooled, he would probably be thinking in the way that other children are thinking. But he's not. So I've sort of like speak of the little devil. This is a round table.
That is kind of militant. They tell you what to say and what not to say. Whereas it'd be more effective if they were to say, is there better ways to say that in other words too? You know, I think that'd be a little bit less confrontational, and it seems to be like they're being a bit condescending when they're trying to say, oh, you can't say that because it's going to happen. I feel like that line of thinking kind of makes people feel like that's going to happen more so than if you were to give them an out. Instead of saying, oh, you just bless yourself, you can say, oh, why don't you bless yourself, because that sounded like you could do better. You know what I mean? I feel like that could be a better thing. For me, that works better. But when people tell me stuff about you shouldn't say that, I feel like, okay, there's some merit to that. You can imagine things coming out in a better way. That's usually good. But some people always think things are going to come out better, and they don't, because they're not really understanding that it takes work to have things manifest. People of naive optimism like myself, it's advice for pure self-sabotage for me, because I'm already really overly optimistic. I think everything's going to work out great. What I need to hear is that I need to get some boots on the ground, or do some more research on it, understand it better. Don't just think it's going to go well. Do some preparation, try it out. You know, I've always thought like things are just going to one day just going to go my way and work out. I'm not going to do anything to practice or anything. And so it's been tough for me in my life. I've never really had a real significant relationship until now. I finally have that in my life, but it took a lot of transformation for me to be able to manifest something like that for myself. A lot of people just wait and think that's going to come. I did that for a long time.
But what has come from your waiting is experience. Sorry, Ronan, brother, what were you saying?
I just wanted to add on to some of the ideas you guys were saying about, with the talk, the kids and the talking. This is where the duality comes in, where something like the thought police, or on a grander scale, don't say that. You're not even authorized to say that or criticize that, right? That's a problem. But then on the other side, I've always for a long time now have been focusing on speaking love when I speak about anything, when I'm talking, even just regular conversations with anyone, right? Not like, oh, this is, not using that kind of vibe, but going, you ever hear someone talk Indy and Franklin? You ever hear like, they'll just cuss every like 1,000 times, and they'll be like, God, this is, and you're just like, wow, that's just so low vibe way of talking, right? So it's like, maybe you should speak a different way. So, you know what I mean? Or you know what I mean? It's not, so there's like that duality of, maybe you should speak a little more love and high vibe, but let's also not that's where they get the hijacks coming in, where then they will take that and go, there's disinformation and you can't, that whole thing. So there's that duality of, it's a tool or a weapon concept. So the kids are right and wrong. It's a paradox. You know what I mean? It's a paradox.
Yeah, it is. It's interesting. And I think it comes back down to our human potential. Like, they want us to be stuck in a box mentally. And in order for us to be stuck in a box, we need to believe that our ancestors were incredibly stupid. And that everything that's like all this great knowledge has all just come about in the modern era because a certain group of people have figured it all out.
Yeah.
But our ancestors were like, they were stupid. And all they did was fight wars. And like, we were living in barbaric, lawless history. And then we came to this great modern civilization, and we got organized, and we suddenly had governments, and we had proper law, and we had policemen to protect us. Back in the old days, it was chaos, and people were just murdering each other on the streets. That's what they want us to believe, that we come from a stock of stupid, mindless barbarians.
Uncivilized. You got to civilize them.
Yes, uncivilized. Where actually, when we look at our history, our forefathers were far more civilized than we are. Isn't that funny? Welcome back, Cosmic. How's your family? I hope they're good.
Doing great.
Just another example of that is like, I love even the airships. If you guys just look up airships, which was a very recent destruction of a technology. And for those that don't know, those huge airships, on the inside was, like seating and things. It wasn't just like empty helium or whatever gases they used. It was like luxury travel. Anyone worried about pollution and stuff, there was like no pollution. You know what I mean?
It was like a luxury ship.
It was like a luxury ship. That whole inside was decked out, dude. And I bet they partied in there too. But what a way to travel.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They're probably smoking cigs. I don't know. You know what I mean? They're just
around
Dude,
the world.
they were not smoking cigs. We know what they were smoking. Let's not pretend.
Oh yeah, well, they're probably smoking it up, and and what a great way to travel. It was fast, clean, easy. They could refuel in the air, which is what those points in a lot of those old buildings were that have fallen. A lot of them have been. Some of them are still around, but and who takes over these buildings? These really old, high-level technology buildings that were built with a donkey and a cart and no power tools. Usually, they turn into government buildings, right?
Yeah.
So that's just an example. And again, this is incredibly recent destruction of that kind of travel technology, which is relatively low tech, but so incredibly effective. And again, that's just, I'm just bringing that up as just one nuanced aspect of that.
Yeah, they create these events like the Hindenburg, where it's like, oh, they use hydrogen instead of helium. It's like, oh, we'll never do this again. It's like, but they weren't using hydrogen. Well, why'd they do that? Let me just go back to helium.
They started using hydrogen, as far as I've read, or as far as I've heard, because there was a movement towards it. I think helium was made hard to get.
Yeah, I think so. I can see that. Yeah.
So the economic reality got in the way.
Right.
Money.
Fun fact. Who's the most major user of helium today in the U.S.? Spoiler alert: NASA and their space balloons. Satellites are fake and bisexual. Helium is from NASA. They use it all. So for their balloons, sats.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that we can't have a conversation about, you see, NASA. Okay, now we're talking chillum talk, right? This is proper Chilam talk. India. Go to India, sit on top of a mountain with a sadhu, and he'll say, he'll put his ball of charis down. You'll do the sacred ritual. You'll prepare the charis. The children will have to be cleaned. The safi will have to be made right. Safi will be wet, not too dry, just enough to catch all of the tar. And then you'll do the ritual. Om Namo Shivaya, Bam Shiva Shankar. The children will go around to the right, of course. And in the end, they'll sit there and they'll go, Nasa Achaya Yoga, Nasa. They keep going on about Nasa, and the Nasa is the point in between your eyes, which has got to do with the focusing of reality, right? So, like, the Nasa is when the THC is changing your perspective of reality in this point between your eyes. And so we see NASA is like trying to change our perspective of reality by showing us this globe, right? Putting this globe before our eyes so that all we can think about is the globe and not look at the bigger picture, which is obviously there's more to reality than what we think. I think they want us to talk about, is the globe flat? Is the globe concave? Is the globe hollow? Is it a globe? Is it this? Is it that? They want us to talk about all of these things instead of what is the nature of reality? What is the nature of consciousness? Why do words affect the way ice crystals form? Why? Why do words reprogram space in this way? And just how far can we go with this reprogramming space with words? And sort of that makes us beg the question, how much of reality is a motivated perception? In other words, do we charge our thoughts to perceive the reality we want to see, and then we experience that reality because we've charged our thoughts with that consciousness energy? But if we change our consciousness by using words, do we change the charge of reality if reality is a conscious experience? So I think there's a lot to unpack when we look at this notion of NASA and the way in which NASA has been used to, like, who was it that said it the best? Chili Peppers. Yeah. What did they say? The moon landing was done in a Hollywood basement. I think that is like the fewest words that I've ever heard that says the whole story. Am I right? What track is that?
Yeah.
Californication. Yeah.
Oh yeah. And considering that, that's also a bit of that how do you say, ridicule of the ones that change one's whole perception of the way, making you think you're spinning and not, but you're actually stationary, and it's the luminaries above your head that are actually turning around. The Chili Peppers are one of those new wave of Laurel Canyon children of the military, and like before it was the Doors and all those groups. So that's yes, they share that, and that it was filmed in a Hollywood basement, which it was really horrible production value actually, but everyone believed it because it was refreshed and everyone's been conditioned. A lot of people, not everyone, at the time there was a lot of people, regular people, going, this is BS, but they were just ignored. Like a lot of people nowadays, nothing's new in that the same things are being used today. If you notice, a lot of our type of people and other types are speaking like what's obvious, but they're siloed information wise here on the digital space for like a lot of people who maybe not have access to that information, right? So the Chili Peppers singing that, and a lot of the celebs and a lot of that the media arm of the propaganda of the conqueror systems like to do that. What's that magic called? Or what's that hermetic print? It's
oh yeah.
Not,
hide the truth in plain sight. I don't know, but it's got a name.
Yeah, but there's another term. There's a term. I know. Forgive me. I forget it. But
Chaos.
They
Man.
also love to laugh. They love to laugh and they love to dance right in your faces. Is that part of their cosmic rule book, or they just do it because they're freaking a bunch of sinister like psychopaths? You know what I mean?
Clowns.
Hey, we're
Clowns
dancing and dancing around. Like, we're in CERN. We're dancing around. We're a bunch of nurses in hospitals. We're dancing around. Hey, we're the Chili Peppers. It's made in the Hollywood Bay. Yeah.
Here's an interesting point. The word gaslighting. Thank you, Neil, for mentioning that. Gaslighting. Why do we talk about gaslighting? Let's just think about this, right? We were told that they lit up all of the all that the world was lit with gas, right? But then when we see those photographs of the world fairs, you got to scratch your head. No? That would be pretty dangerous to do. Am I right or wrong? If you have so many gas fires next to each other, right? So many bulbs, and one of those bulbs pops, what happens? Gaslighting.
Yeah. Well, it's
Is the
also
whole idea of gaslighting when they lied to us about what energy they were using to light our history? Is that where the word gaslighting comes from?
I actually, from what I've heard, there's actually a movie. It's from a movie from like the 1930s or 20s or something like that was called Gaslighting, that dealt with a similar subject, and I believe that's where the term came from. Could be wrong.
No, I'm sure they would have done that because they had developed this form of technology to brainwash us. But I'm saying that before they made that movie, the fact that they made that movie and the fact that that movie was understandable and it wasn't like a weird concept, like what the hell are they talking about? People went to watch a movie because they could relate to it, means that the term gaslighting was there before the movie, if that makes sense.
Humiliating your prisoners and enemies and demoralizing your enemies with ridicule that they are conquered and is also a part of demonstrating one's power and authority. So that's where a lot of that gaslighting comes from the media. It is a demoralization campaign to make you know that you cannot escape and you cannot leave their authority, their rules, and you're too weak and powerless to make that to go to anarchy, which is anti-arcs, and no arcs over you. So it's a demoralization tactic, and many can probably relate in their own personal experience, where maybe you have someone you don't like or didn't like you, and there's the nanny, there's that, and you kind of make fun. But this is just that on a larger scale. Oh, you're on mute.
Yeah, I was on mute. The gaslighting kind of goes along with the light bulb conspiracy and planned obsolescence that came of it. There's a light bulb that's still running, I believe, in the Philadelphia firehouse, I want to say, that's been over 100 years, and it's been going strong ever since, and it still goes. But they learned that if they use thinner filaments and these gases to power these lights, then they can make them burn right out, and we'll have to keep buying more and more and more. So I think, yeah, there's something to the term gaslighting. They're really messing with us. We're making us stuck in our place where we can't overcome this being worked over by false advertisements and these phony products that are being pushed on us. We don't have the wisdom to create something better for ourselves. They're just going to run forever. That's how they get us.
Yeah, I definitely get that. And like, how's the conspiracy about electricity? Speaking about lighting, right? Yeah. LED lights. Oh my gosh. Like, they managed to convince the whole world that by people changing to LED lights, they were going to do some wonderful work for saving electricity.
There's mercury in the.
Well, yeah, but not only that. Exactly. It's actually more
Yeah.
The mining of the materials to make the rare materials to paint onto those electrodes is actually more damaging to the environment than actually the burning of coal, which is ironic, to the impact on the earth and agriculture. But like the whole idea that, so if you look at your electrical usage here in South Africa, right? Most countries use electricity all the way through. India, China, South Africa, most of the world isn't using gas, right? That's like an incredible thing. So my monthly electrical usage, do you know what a small percentage of that is lights? So you're taking 4% or 5% of your electrical usage and turning it into like 1.5%. And they managed to fool us into believing that by reducing 5% of your electrical usage to 1.5%, you're going to make a huge difference. Instead of revolutionizing hot water generation, which is 60% of my electricity bill here in South Africa. Right?
Franklin, are you able to look up something on the internet and share it, a screen?
Yeah, what is it, brother?
Search Turkmenistan, capital city. Turkmenistan,
Turk what?
capital
Turk?
city.
Turkestan.
No. Yes. Turkmenistan.
Menistan. Yeah.
Wait, I think I've heard about this. Is this that like one city where it's like everything is painted white and there's like no people in it?
Yep.
Well, hold on. Let's look at the image. And yes, the no people
You're
part.
talking about Ashgabat.
Like 50 feet.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Let
and
me
then
find a good image of it.
hang on,
my
guys.
Gosh. You know which
And
image I'm going to show first?
Okay. And
hold
put in.
on. Let me get to images here.
Still got it. They got like
I can queue a whole lot of them. But the image that I saw that I like the most.
And Franklin, when you're done with that, type in at night. So you show the city at night.
Oh my God, their football stadium, the horse or whatever.
Yeah, but Indy, how are they powering their city, and where are all the people in the images of their capital city? There are no.
I have a lot of
people.
natural resources, but I think they've admitted that a lot of those street lights are harvesting radiant energy in the atmosphere. You can tell there's some of those machines. It's like it's a Ferris wheel, but it's harvesting radiant energy. It's like Tesla coils and stuff.
Yeah, it's that Tesla Tatarian energy from the ether. And it's also the geomancy that they're using is also all of that's a part of it.
It's pretty obvious, but
we're getting it.
Marketing it to of the world. It's all secret stuff going on over there. I don't know how they got.
We should go there, dude. I wonder if we can buy a plane ticket and go there.
Yeah, they don't like people coming there, but you can go if you know somebody. You have a better chance. You should try to be there and go.
That is rather an interesting place, isn't it? What is the other place called?
Did you see it?
Well, hold on, Franklin. There is better images of this with their cubes and lights, and there's better images of this on the image search. Got it.
Look through it. There's way more.
Yeah,
I'm seeing all sorts of different images. Wow, there's an interesting one. I saw some really nice images by day without the lighting. To be honest, with the sacred geometry.
With the buildings and the shapes of the buildings and they should pop up rather early in the searches, but
it could be because I'm in South Africa. Mm-hmm.
Really?
I've noticed that when I'm in different places and I search the world, I get a completely different
over here.
set of integers. Here's a nice one.
Yeah, see?
Yeah.
But there's another city. What is the other city that we did some in-depth looking at? And like you say, there are a lot of these. There are a lot of these. Probably be easier to actually present it as my own actual screen and just go through looking at all of the images. I think might be better. Let me change that entire screen share, and then go and take a look at.
There's a lot of coal there, I think, and they have a hole that's always on fire. It's a burning pit of eternal fire. It's pretty big.
Dude, is that natural or do they light it up?
It's natural. It never stops burning. It's crazy looking.
So I found another hole in
Yeah.
Russia during I was looking up this Yona mountain and I found a similar name, Johanna, in Russia. And it's a hole, they call it the gateway to hell.
Yeah.
But instead of it burning, it's cold. It's like a glacier. It's like a ice glacier, and it's a deep hole. And they say it keeps getting larger. So that's funny that you mentioned
Helheim.
a fire thing, and I came across a cold thing.
Yeah, let's see what they call
How's
it.
this?
Whoa.
Is that not an Egyptian hieroglyph?
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
this
eye.
whole city is old world technology.
And how's this? Is that? Am I looking at a frog? Is that what we're looking at?
No, it's got a horse on the top. It's a mountain. There's somebody on
Yeah,
the
but
horse.
That shape of that thing,
Looks like
it's
a
a
frog.
creature. Is it just my imagination filling the gaps? It looks like a frog.
Yeah, it does look like a frog.
And the frog is the creature of Hermes. And what's this horse? And what's with the rider of the horse's face? What are we looking at? That horse rider has got like a funny face. Is it just me?
He's got a big hat on or something.
Has he got a dog's face?
Let's see what he's got.
Hey?
It's the lizard
that?
class, guys. It's a lizard class.
Well, it's definitely
I
something
see
going
a
on there.
baboon, actually.
That's a serious face, man.
That's what I see. It looks like a baboon.
It does. It looks like it's definitely some other. It's definitely a different creature. It's not a human face. Let's put it that way. So there's a lot of this really interesting stuff here. But I would recommend everybody to go and take a look at what was the other place? Okay, that guy, the Israeli guy who's British, the Israeli British guy. What's his name? Sasha.
Aren't they all, though? Aren't
Sasha
they all?
Sasha. That
Cohen.
Sasha guy who used to do Ali G when back in the days when he was funny. He
Sasha
was Ali
Baron
G
Cohen.
There it's
Yes. Now, where's the city that he's supposed to come from? The place what's the place where he's
Yeah,
supposed to come from?
Borat came from
Borat is
Turkestan.
from Kazakhstan.
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 Shout
Now,
out Kazakhstan.
Kazakh.
My wife. My wife.
Wow. I love
How
him.
much?
Very nice.
Very nice. How much are you?
Have you guys seen the second one? Oh my god. It's hilarious, but it's bad. But Sacha Baron Cohen is a genius. He's got so many different personalities. Very versatile actor.
so
And he is with the
Astana.
tribe. He's with that tribe, that's for sure.
So Astana,
I mean,
I think, is the most fascinating. Sorry, yeah, to continue.
No, it's just funny how all of the people in that industry are all part of the same cabal.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely Zionism. Look, William Churchill was warning against Zionism, right? And so was like Germany, and so was France, and everybody was like really worried about it during the Bolsheviks' time. And then the Bolshevik Revolution, they were so afraid that the Zionists were going to take over Russia and the Eastern Bloc, which they did, and then they created the USSR. And then suddenly, the allies that were all fighting against the USSR, they all backstabbed Germany, and Germany was the bad guy only. And the fact that a lot of the atrocities were created by Russia as a part of USSR was swept under the carpet, right? And Germany got all the credit for everything that was done, even though it seems like most of what was done by the USSR. So there's definitely been a lot of lies, and the whole story of how Germany, France, and England were the allies, right? And then suddenly the allies were against Germany. That's just a very weird story, and how we don't hear about how Germany had the crap bombed out of all of their cities because they had too much. All of these ancient cities, right? Germany was like the pin of the world, the center of the world. So we talk about these amazing architecture that we see around the world. Germany was so full of that incredible architecture that they had to firebomb, destroy all the cities of Germany when the men were away, and in the process wipe out most of the women and children, right? Which is a convenient part of history, which is just wiped under the carpet. So there's so much to be looked at in the Second World War in terms of just how much were we force-fed our own, brown stuff and told to accept it. Yeah?
Shout out Dresden, Germany. Dresden.
Yeah, man. There's definitely something to be looked at there. So Antana, let's look at this place. This is a shout out to Pope on Dope. So this is Astana. Now we don't hear about this place, right? Like this is like a fascinating place, right? Now we were sold the story by this Sacha Martin Cohen, whatever his name is, guy, that this is a bunch of goat herders. Right? Look at their goat herders, little goat herding village.
Wow.
See? Goat herders. They bring their goats in the morning. They herd their goats down this way to take them to the watering hole over there. And like, this is what the goat herders built when they weren't herding their goats around. It's like, there's definitely a reason why he chose this place. What do you guys think? Look at it. Isn't it incredible? Look at that. Look at these pyramids. Look at that. Doesn't that look like a Masonic hall?
I mean, it's a dude. It's a skeleton dude.
Yeah.
With a light bulb for a head. He's got a light bulb for a head.
Yeah, you're right. Definitely.
Or a hat. An enlightened hat around the corona.
And look at these two pillars. And look at this. Oh my gosh. This is like a crown. This makes me think of the thing on the Pope's head. Makes me dizzy and nauseous to look at it. You talk about the place being lit at night. How's that for a picture? Wow.
Oh.
Yeah, this is high tech. This is old tech.
Yeah.
This was a lot of the tech that was destroyed. So this and the other city is ran with this new very clean technology that is very simple and cheap. It's actually rather like low tech but effective. Like natural, like closer to nature and the natural energy of things. I could look at that stuff all day if I'm being real.
Yeah, there's definitely definitely a lot to be looked at when we look at this. And when I was a child and I heard about Kazakhstan, I thought of goat herders.
Yeah.
So how did they make me believe that Kazakhstan was full of goat herders? And when I heard this Borat guy talking about his goat herders in Kazakhstan, I thought that made perfect sense. I didn't know that Kazakhstan was like, forget London, forget New York, right? Forget like Japan, forget Germany, forget all of those places. This is the pinnacle of architecture in the world at the moment, is it not?
It is.
And like, what kind of an economy do you need to have to build this? Why are we not building this in London?
Yeah,
Right?
and when you zoom out on those cities, I'll look at that one in Kazakhstan later for sure. But when you look out, I mean, the feng shui is all like the cities is all together. Like these aren't little one-off buildings. It's got the flow well planned. And in fact, I don't think these are. I don't know if those are new cities built using the old technology, or if they are old cities that have been around for a long time and they just put a new coat of paint on it. I'm not sure about those areas.
They clearly didn't build these cities, because Kazakhstan, if they've got the money to build like this and create these cities, what kind of an economy would they have? And why haven't we heard of Kazakhstan being a major economic player in the world for them? Think about it.
I mean, I love a good kebab, so maybe they just sell the kebab meat. The kebab empire.
Those herders are doing it for them.
I mean, I'm sure they got all that, like those minerals. That area, that region with all the
It's rich.
lithium and all that stuff is a lot of mines of old crystals and old energetic material for sure.
A lot of those rare earth materials are found in Africa, but Africa, look at what Africa looks like. So one would imagine there'd be a lot more exploitation. Why has that place not been exploited like Africa? Once, like, these questions burn in my mind, you know.
It's the landscape.
Like, basically, are the Zionists setting up camp there?
Could be like a hilly landscape. It's hard to invade a hilly landscape like Afghanistan. It's never been successfully invaded. Could be something like that. A lot of goat herders.
But there's nothing in Afghanistan to invade. I mean,
You got-
what is there in Afghanistan that's worth? Do you see what I mean? Why would people want to invade? It just doesn't add up. Like, Afghanistan's got some resources, but like, they'd rather go to Africa, where all the rare earth materials are for making microchips and stuff, wouldn't they? In abundance. Africa's got a lot, eh? Golds, diamonds, rare earth materials, metals, you know, all the ores, everything is all available in Africa. And so we can see that Africa has been exploited like left, right, and center. China has got a new tactic for exploiting Africa. Have you seen how they do it? They come in and they like become your friend and they give you stuff and they actually help you. But you know, this is a price tag, probably a hefty one at the end. But the African states are like, well, this is a much better solution than what we were getting from the West, right? The West was like, we'll take what you want, we'll kick on you, we'll step on you, and then we'll urinate next to you. China comes, look, we're not going to kick you, step on you, or urinate next to you. We're just going to take what you've got, and we're going to leave a little bit for you. So it makes the Chinese offer look so good. It's quite scary to consider that, isn't it? You know,
that's the stuff that we see that they're doing. And they're off camera.
But I definitely think that this has got a lot to do with our perception of reality. And this is something that I think like we take for granted the same way we take everything for granted. Like we take for granted the fact that we think we're going to live forever, right? Because we've been taught to repress the knowledge and the awareness of impermanence. So it's not appropriate to have conversations about death, is it? Like if I say that word in the wrong way on this YouTube, like there'll be trouble, right?
You try to tell anybody about longevity or try to be healthier and then say everything kills you anyways. It doesn't matter. So
yeah, some would say you have life coaches that you can hire, and others are actually present themselves as death coaches. This experience is to prepare you for death and to
Bushido.
Bushido is a way.
Yeah.
Like literally it means the way or like I wasn't trying to, but that was by accident. But or you know that this perception, you know, it just goes back to the what's the meaning and what's the purpose of one being here? Is it just to you were a ball of light, and you're like, dude, that looks fun. Can I go experience pain and love and hunger and thrills in a physical avatar? And then you go, wow, that's cool. This is like going to Disney World. Or is it more like, you're preparing and you have to go through these exams and these tests to purge away stuff, all those types of conversations is just something that is like I just always like to think about and ponder.
It's very interesting because when I look at my entire spiritual path, what drove me to it was a drowning. And I was 3, so I'd never read a comic. I didn't know anything. I was 3 years old, like, well, what do you know when you're 3? You haven't even been indoctrinated yet. And I had been left pretty much on my own most of the time to stare out of windows. So I'd even sort of hadn't been educated in a conventional way as 3-year-olds would, with toys and all of that stuff. So I would like entertain myself just staring out of the window and spending a lot of time on my own and, overcoming hunger and stuff like that. And so when I drowned, the first thing I noticed when I left, and I went out and I got into that, it literally is like a dome. It literally is like a dome. That's the thing. Mind-boggling. It's like maybe a dome's wrong. It seemed like a fishbowl, like an inside-out dome, right? That's what it felt like. Like I was on the outside of a dome going into a dome. And but like my first recognition was like, oh, everything's back to front. We're actually on the inside. Or we're actually on the outside. When we think we're on the inside, we're on the outside. When we think we're on the outside, we're actually on the inside. That's the first thing I realized when I left my body. And then I was like, oh, and everything's vibrating. That's interesting. And wow, it's really loud. And then that vibrating got more and more and more. And I noticed, wow, everything is just that sound, that movement, that energy doing that, shaking and vibrating and knocking against everything. Everything's knocking against everything. And then I went out and my memories got pulled out. I watched the universe get pulled to pieces like this. It's like 3 things being pulled to pieces. And it spun faster and faster. And as it spun faster and faster and faster, those 3 things were coming out of each other. And I was like, uh-oh, it's going to run out. And I knew that those were my memories of my family. And I was like, no, I don't want to forget. But I had no choice. And they get pulled out. And then when all of that gets pulled apart, then you're free of this thing. And then you're just floating through this towards this inside out dome. And then when you get to start touching the dome and you start to like see your home, the first thing you realize is like, well, first thing I realized, now I didn't have any ideas, was, oh my gosh, they tricked me. Because I wasn't a child anymore. I don't know what I was, but I wasn't a child. That experience, it was me, but I was not me. And I was like, I recognized that they had tricked me to get me into this thing. And I wasn't quite sure who they were, but I knew there was a them that had tricked me to get me into this thing. And then I was like, I had to go back. I was like, no. I had to go back because I could see, like, I was notified that she's going to jump into the water and pull my body out of the bottom of the pool. And I flashed back down there to try and stop her, to like explain to her, no, I'm going home. You don't have to disturb me. I'm good. I'm fine. I'm going home. I don't need to be here. Really, I've got a much better gig up there. Like it's way better. Like this place is not all that. And then when I came back into my body, the first thing that hit me was how depressed everybody seemed. I never noticed this before. Everybody seemed unhappy. And I was like, oh my gosh, everybody's unhappy. All the adults, they're like depressed. They looked depressed to me and they looked unhappy and they looked like something was wrong with them. and they were all afraid of dying. That was the thing that struck me, and I would think about it day and night. Like, why is everybody so scared of dying? What's wrong with them? Look at how unhappy they are because they all know that they're going to end, and that fear and unhappiness is hiding underneath their thoughts all the time because they push it away, if that makes sense. So I think like there's a huge lot of our motivated perception coordinating our structure of reality based upon the denial of the fear of passing from this world,
You know,
which is
Franklin,
substantiated by our culture. Sorry, yeah?
yeah, you know, Franklin, and that's funny. I think I brought this up here like maybe last year. It's like hard to keep track on here on the roundtable on time, but and the Bushido way, like I think I mentioned last year, whereas like the Bushido style is to wake up, and I actually practice this from time to time, and operate and think that I'm already dead. And I know, and at the time, people were in your chats and things were saying that, well, that's a very depressing way of looking at things. And in my opinion, it actually removes the fear of that, of dying, because I wake up and I go, I'm already dead. So if I get into any situations, I'm not concerned about dying because I'm already dead. And we all know this is a loner. Your avatar is a loner. I mean, I've said that. I mean, you're leasing this thing dust to dust. So yeah, any dogmatic stuff on, well, sin and this and that, or books, and I don't that doesn't resonate with me personally, and I'm not trying to push but my thing on anyone. But waking up in the morning, taking a minute, well, one, have gratitude and love, and then taking a minute and going, you know, I'm already dead, really changes the way you maneuver throughout your while you're here in the 3D, in the material world, you know. And also you mentioned in last thing, you people who have had NDEs, Franklin, do state that when they come back, that it's so noisy here. It's incredibly noisy. And I can relate to that sometimes. It's definitely noisy. Right now it's quiet on my porch, but so, you know.
I think the biggest noise is in our heads.
Oh yeah, I never shut up. I never.
And but that noise is then reflected like in the cities. And like you say, like they've taken the noise out of our head and they put it into the world around us. And that's why you see, they had to put the noise in our heads around us in the world in order to keep the noise in our heads. That makes sense, because they want us to think mechanically, right? They want us to think of ourselves as machines. So what we need to facilitate in order to think like machines is to hear machines all day long. Because if we know deep down that as above is as that which is below, we intuitively and instinctively appreciate and grasp this concept that the spiritual plane, the inner plane, the consciousness plane is a reflection, and the physical plane is a reflection of the same reality. So what is in the consciousness is in the physical, and what is in the physical is in the consciousness. We intuitively grasp this, I'm pretty sure, because it's a fundamental basis behind most of religious thinking and cosmological principles. And it's even if it's hidden in the religions, it seems to be fundamentally somehow part of the core structure. And we've all been indoctrinated with these ideas, possibly because of cultural heritage. They had to turn our cultural heritage of this knowledge into an indoctrination so that they could guide us away from the recognition of this notion, and then put so much noise around us and put so much noise in our minds, Hollywood and entertainment, like getting to be led up the garden path in the garden. Entertain is a garden. In order to take us away from that inner peace, which is the natural state of being. And so, which is quite interesting. And I think that that's why we think mechanistically, and why we often find people thinking that like their body is all there is. There's this idea that was sold to the world.
And tain also means to hold, by the way, like sustain, obtain. So enter and hold your mind is entertainment. So the root word in that's one way. And of course, the common slang that I've heard, would be like kill the noise, right? You got a lot of noise, you're trying to accomplish something, kill the noise, especially with all this social media uselessness, right? What do people think of me? What do people think of me? And I need to validate. Do they like me? Oh, am I dumb and ugly? Like all this stuff. That's a part of that too. I want to be a big shot. Oh gosh, I was gonna say something else. Oh, it'll come back to me. Sorry. I knew whatever I was gonna say, everyone just know it was gonna be like super brilliant. I just forgot.
It was about killing the noise.
I was gonna say, like, I was thinking of Indy's internal dialogue, and I just hear like house drum and bass music coming from his inner his inner soundtrack. I'm being silly, guys.
No,
No, but there's something to that. That's what meditation is, killing the noise.
there is. Absolutely. That's it. Monkey brain.
One of my my Fae guide, Sliz, kind of told me something interesting recently in regards to belief systems. And she said, if you really want to understand a belief system, don't look at the stories or the kind of the logical moral root structure. Look at the music they create and study that, and you will get a deeper understanding into the nature of how their perception of their world is. There's so much about music that is so much like, if we're talking about programming, that like instrumental music, and you understand music theory and how it works, there's so much more subtle layers within that really influence the mind, and just like how melody is structured. So if you think about, like, so I was thinking about like the difference between classical music and the difference between jazz. If you think about classical music, a lot of the times with the classical music, there's one kind of central melodic motif that every single instrument player, every violinist, cellist, whatever, they all kind of just conform to the same melody, which if you think about it is a sort of a somatic or like an auditory representation of kind of civilization, society, just by that musical structure alone without any words or input. Whereas you think of something more like jazz, with jazz, there's still a sense of harmony. There's still a sense of things coming together, but each individual player, someone who may be playing the stand-up bass, the trumpet, the saxophone, the piano, they're all playing different melodies. They're all playing their own unique melodic structure, but they know how to play within the right key. They know how to kind of go along with the rhythm, so that they're still able to cooperate, and there's sort of a unity between the instruments, but yet they're still able to maintain a sense of harmony and unity, despite the fact that they're kind of doing it their own individualistic and unique sort of way. So when you think about, the structure of music, you will also, I guess what I'm saying is, if you study the music of a religion, and you can kind of learn to like think about the structure and how the narrative of the music follows, you will find that it always seems to be like a direct corollary to the philosophical structure, that the philosophical structure of the belief system and the music that the belief system uses for its rituals and meditations and so forth, they have the same intrinsic structure. I think that's something that's kind of an interesting thought process that I've been going along with lately.
Definitely, I would say, and here's an interesting point. In the Vedas, they speak about meditation. So there's many different types of meditation, and it keeps getting reiterated that in the Kali Yuga, the only form of meditation that will really be utilized by the masses is sound, mantra. And so they speak about, because there's different forms of yoga. So there's hatha yoga, there's karma yoga, there's raja yoga, which is a combination. There's which incorporates also the mudra yoga, which are the cleansing techniques. Then there is yantra yoga. Then yantra yoga is sacred geometry utilized using color and shape, meditating on color and shape. Then there is dhyana yoga. Dhyana yoga is the art of concentration, developing concentration. And then there is the Raja Yoga, which puts these all together, which is a systemic combination of all of these yoga forms. And that does include the Mantra Yoga. And the Mantra Yoga is the sound vibrational manipulation. And then there is Jnana Yoga. Jnana Yoga is like cones. The Buddhist techniques use this. And contemplation and philosophy. That's a form of Jnana Yoga. In other words, sitting down and like considering things like what you do when you're thinking about words, Ronan, that would be considered as Jnana Yoga, for example. It's a mental wheel that's turning, considering things and how things work. So Jnana Yoga is the second principle of Hermes in action. It's about figuring out the correspondences between things, how things correspond to other things, how one word corresponds to this sound, corresponds to that meaning, corresponds to this, and how all these things are connected through this thing, through the sound, and through all of these concepts. That correspondence, meditating on the correspondences between things, would be considered Jnana Yoga. And then there's the Samadhi Yoga. And the Samadhi Yoga is the extraction of life force from the physical body in order to be able to travel outside of this world, and not astrally or etherically, but actually to leave this body permanently. So that's the final form of yoga. Now, it is mentioned that the only form of yoga in the Vedas, and this is like written about extensively in many of the older Vedas, that in this Kala Yuga time, the only yoga that the masses will have access to is mantra yoga, which is sound. So it's another reason why they've had to make so much noise, because we can't hear ourselves think. We can't hear anything. We got noise in our heads. We got noise, music playing all the time. We've got TV playing or radio going on, or this continual noise influx is sort of programming our consciousness away from what you were talking about earlier, cosmic, becoming peripheral.
Yeah.
And then, of course, you've got Doobie Yoga. Pass the doobie to the left. No, pass the doobie to the right. You see, in Africa, it goes to the left. In South Africa, did you know that?
Okay.
Yeah.
We pass the
In the southern hemisphere, it goes to the left, and in the northern hemisphere, it goes to the right.
Oh. We pass blunts to the left.
Yeah.
Take 3 hits.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
The Coriolis
And so it's become a bone of contention between some of the old school Rastafarians and some of the new school Rastafarians. But the new brainwashed Rastafarian versions now wanted to go to the right in South Africa. But traditionally, when I was a kid, it was to the left.
I think we stick with the left. Keep it old school. No,
Because
your story earlier reminded me of a couple of things when you were talking about going to the other side, Franklin.
yeah.
And I heard recently somebody say that when the body awakens, the soul is at rest. When the body is at rest, the soul awakens. It reminds me of a Taoist poem where they question, they say, how do we know that when we die, we don't return home? And they get more deeper into philosophy, and they wonder, how do I know that when I die, I'm not born as a butterfly? And now I don't know whether I'm a man dreaming I was a butterfly or whether I'm a butterfly dreaming I was a man. So they get really deep on it. But I feel like I've been in that same experience where I've gone to that other side, and like you, I felt like it was time to go back. It wasn't the right time. I felt like I shouldn't be there. But it was enthralling. I was like, I want to be there. I felt like I was stuck there. They tricked me. So it's interesting that you have that common theme with that near-death experience.
Oh, you showed up to the party too early.
I'll tell you what my takeaway was: don't drown. Find another way. There's gotta be an easier way, man. Seriously, there's gotta be an easier way than drowning. That's my takeaway from that. It was the most inconvenient way to pass to leave the world. I think it's the most painful way to pass from the world. So the shock is so intense and extreme that you don't get lost in the fantasy world between. A lot of people, I think, get lost in the fantasy world between being alive and not being alive, right? And then they lucid dream. And they have these lucid dream stages to move from being alive. But when drowning, it's like the difference between being woken up with a feather or being woken up with a baseball bat. You know, somebody beats you with a bat to wake you up. You're going to wake up and you're going to be wide awake, right? Instantly. Like, damn, that hurts. What the hell is going on? I better wake up and protect myself. As opposed to someone tickling you with a feather and you're slowly sort of waking up and you're not quite awake. Or, gosh, imagine a girlfriend waking you up in a different way. I'm just saying, like, just go there with it. It's every guy likes to wake up that way. And if a guy doesn't like to wake up that way, then there's probably something wrong with him. But there's different ways of waking up where you don't know whether you're awake or not. And I think like
I don't get it. Can you explain? No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, you wake right up. But you know, like there's a lot of ways of being woken up. And I think like the drowning must be the most intense, because like you have every muscle in your body spasm at the same time, as well as your heart. You feel your heart muscle spasming, and every part of your body is in pain, every muscle, because when your lungs get full of, like, they feel like they explode and the water goes inside them, because you obviously keep your breath as long as you can, right? And then it feels like your lungs explode. And then the water makes every muscle in your body. Have you had a muscular spasm before? You know how sore a muscular spasm is?
Yeah.
It's pretty painful. Now imagine every muscle in your body is spasming all at the same time. Can you imagine the agony? That's why I'm just saying there's got to be an easier way. Like,
the irony is that muscle spasms come from dehydration. So your analogy is funny.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think that is very interesting. That water and muscle spasms are so connected, and the salts, obviously. But because we don't realize how our lungs are like connected to our central nervous system, and our lungs are like, it's like skin. Yeah. So your lungs are like, most of your skin is lungs, right? Like, does your lungs cover a tennis court? Is that right? Do you guys know? What is the surface area of the lung? Let's just think of this for a moment, just to like give us an idea. Surface surface area of lungs. And that's how many nerve endings we got in our lungs. So the surface area of human lungs is approximately 70 square meters. Yeah. So that's like 8.3 meters, right? So that's 25 foot by 25 foot, to put it into American terms, right?
I feel like you're quizzing me for a quiz that I didn't study for.
But it's like, so 25 foot by 25 foot square. That's the surface area of our lungs. It's like, just visualize this. And there's all these nerve endings in the lungs that go to all the organs and all the muscles in the body. And that's why, like, when you're exercising, your lungs are so important, because they got to move the prana and the life force to all of the muscles in the body. So when the lungs get like Mexico, it's the lungs are literally that is the surface area of the lungs. I got taught that in school. The lungs are the biggest organ on the body, and most of our skin, because the gut is also big. What is the gut? Surface area of guts. I think it's pretty big,
Yeah,
but I don't think it's.
Yeah,
area
Mexico.
of-
Everyone knows that. Mexico. Sorry. I'm in a
So
silly mood
the
right now,
surface-
guys. While I'm working. Continue, please go ahead.
The surface area of the gut is 32 square meters. Yeah. As opposed to 70 square meters. Yeah. So the surface area of the gut is about less than half of the surface area of the lung. Something to think about. So when the lungs get full of water like that, every muscle in the body goes. This is why waterboarding is so hectic. But waterboarding's not as hectic as that, because that feeling of exploding lungs, I think you only get that when you hold your breath and the pressure of the water comes and hits your lungs. It's like your lungs is getting punched by the pressure of the water. It's quite hectic. Yeah, it's hectic. Is all I'm gonna say. Like, I suppose being disemboweled would be another bad way to go. Probably be a close second, right? Like, of ways you don't want to go, like drowning, disembowelment, like these are all the no-no territories, because there's a lot of nerve endings.
Dysentery sounds like a pretty bad way to go.
I think what's interesting about the drowning thing, though, is if you think about it from the other side, that human beings need water to survive. They need to, like, if it's like if you drink too much water, you'll die. But if you don't drink enough water, you'll also die. So it's like there's like an in-between amount of water we need to stay alive. But maybe what that is kind of like saying is that when you're drowning, your body is almost like more water than self. So there's no way to kind of like distinguish the individual's like body from the self anymore. So it's not like the body doesn't really need the soul in that moment when it passes on.
Yeah, I would compare it like, it's like comparing mushrooms. No, not mushrooms. Maybe like lysergic dithalamide 25 to DMT. Right? The one is like a 30 minutes, 40 minutes, 45 minutes till you're going into your peak. Right? Mushrooms is about 20 minutes and then 10 minutes, and you're right on your peak. Depends. If you drink it in a tea form, it could be 15 if you make it right. And then DMT is about a half a second, and you're peaking. So it's like the difference between being hit out of your body with a hammer, or being drawn out of your body with like a parachute, or being sort of eased out of your body. The one you're falling out of your body with shrooms, then with lysergic acid you're being pulled out of your body, and then with the DMT you're being hammered out of your body. And I suppose it's about how quickly you leave that space, to go into wherever else you're journeying into. But yeah, I think that there's an interesting concept there about this motivated reality perception notion, because in the idea of a motivated reality, like, what makes us motivate our reality? What caused us to choose solid things? Because I mean, you guys have all had psychedelics, right? And entheogens, so like solid things aren't necessarily solid, right? Like, we all know this. Do we have a consensus on this?
Yes.
Somewhat. My view is a little. I guess I have like a kind of my own kind of way of thinking, but I'm kind of in the same ballpark.
Have you never been too afraid to interact with reality around you, with your thoughts? Like, you're
What do you
scared.
mean by that?
Like everything's fluid. Oh my gosh. What if I change the fluid with my thoughts? Better keep the thoughts like better keep these thoughts like together, because like these thoughts can quickly change all of the fluids around me. The whole reality could become something else. Like when you're in that deep reality of how fluid reality is, it's like fluid currents. It's not like objects, because you're in that deep space where the fluids are becoming objects, right?
Yeah,
because of the
I think
patterns
there's
of
a
the fluids.
dynamic aspect to it. I kind of noticed, like, when I notice my day-to-day travels, like some days seem more solid and fluid than other days. So the way things work in my system is that every time you kind of basically you wake up and you go to sleep, or you essentially enter a new universe, you enter a new dream bubble, and with every dream bubble you enter, there are slight variations on the laws of physics. And if you have a certain type of belief system or orientation towards reality, you kind of form a certain type of bubble. Maybe you'll form a more mundane reality. Maybe you'll form a more magical reality. But what I've noticed is that it has the potential for both. It has the potential to be both fluidic and solidic, because there seems to be, because if you think about organisms, for example, and you think about what distinguishes organic matter, like plants, animals, mushrooms, bacteria, and so forth, from inorganic material. You think of like rocks, water, crystals, clouds, etc. Because if you think about what an organism is, it's always multiple states of matter at once. Because you think about it, it's like a human, we're not really solid, we're not really fluid, and we're not really gaseous, but we have all of those three aspects coming into there. Because you think of like what's unique about organisms is that organisms are soft and squishy. And if you think of anything in life that's like soft and squishy and membranous, it's always this sort of a living thing, because what's going on there is there's like this direct fusion between solid and fluid. Because if you think about like a cell, for example, it's solid because it's got like a membrane and you can kind of like poke at it, but it's also fluidic. It can morph and shift and change and kind of like move around like a bubble. So if anything, the way I see reality is that it has kind of the potential for both liquid and fluid. Because you think about water, like if you freeze it, it'll become solid, but if you warm it up, it'll become fluid. And I think when it comes to like psychological states like depression and anxiety, for a moment, when I feel depressed, reality seems a lot more solid, because it's almost like the coldness of depression almost like freezes reality and crystallizes in place. Whereas when you're happy and you're joyous and you're in a good mood, it's like reality becomes so warm that it starts to melt and it becomes more fluid. And, and magic seems to work with a a higher level of efficacy. So as to the question of like, do I see reality as fluid? My answer to that would be sometimes.
I like that you mentioned happiness. I think that's like really powerful when we're looking at this motivated perception. I think there's something behind that. We're seeking happiness. That's why we have motivated perception. How do you guys feel about a notion like that? That is the motivation for perception, because we want to have a happy experience. I mean, who doesn't want to have a happy experience? It's just we don't always get there.
Right. Yeah, I feel like all things vibrate. So to me, things are like always moving. Everything's moving. Nothing's stationary. But I've had like visions of like a higher plane where there's nothing seems solid. Nothing seems held down. And I felt like that this is kind of almost an illusion here. We're weighed down and we're kept in our bonds of our bodies here, but in the place above where I was in a higher plane, I felt like we were liberated by our body was not bonding us down. It was allowing us the freedom to move about freely, energetically in the energetic realm. So there's an interesting dynamic there between the two. But I feel like, here, even though I feel like I'm bonded, shackled by my physical body, by the gravity here, by the matter. I also feel like at the same time, it's really an illusion. It's all in vibration. It's all really moving. So it's kind of how you look at it. But I really prescribe to the idea of mentalism being primary and then things being in vibration coming further down the creation line.
Sometimes I think, though, like when it comes to kind of the gravity of matter and the physical weighing us down, like some people, obviously there's the kind of the Gnostic point of view that it's like, a prison or a shack, whatever. But I've also been thinking that there's another way of looking at it. What if it's kind of like, because we think about matter as being related to the mother. What if it's kind of like an overprotective mother that is afraid that we're going to hurt ourselves? Like it's like, when a mom sees a kid playing in some dangerous areas, like, no, don't go there. And I wonder if like there's that kind of impulse to it as well, because I guess the way I look at our current situation, like, yes, there's a lot of like difficult things going on in this world. It's a tough world where a lot of bad things happen. We're very limited, but you think of yourself as a spiritual being. It's almost like we need to come here to kind of like help out here and like kind of clean up this place. It's like there's a kind of a necessity, because it's like you think of yourself, it's like, oh, I want to escape and get around here, but then they'd be like, well, what about all the other people who are still here? What about the other people who they still don't necessarily know what's going on? They're lost. And it's like you can't really enjoy your own peace when everybody else is kind of going through stuff. So in a way, it's like being here, I don't know, I guess with my whole thing in regards to why we're here, I think it's kind of a multivariant thing, and it's like not everyone is all here for different reasons. It's like reality is just a place, and people conspire here for different things. Some people come here. I think it's also possible that maybe some people come here willingly, and some people come here unwillingly, and perhaps some people even come here accidentally. It's not all, one. There's not all one necessarily a motivated process. So when I look at, I kind of lost my train of thought there, but yeah, that's what I'm thinking about.
It's like, it's interesting when we speak about here. Like here. We're here. So that's what I noticed when I left the world, that we were here. That's what it is. The whole universe is here, and you can hear it. And then we take here what we hear, and then we objectify what we hear in our minds and pretend that the result is real. But we're actually here, but in our minds, we think we are in matter. So, like, I think that we aren't here as we think that we are here. We are here. And so, like, the first thing we notice is, like, when we're traveling out of the body, we travel on our ears. We literally travel on our ears. It feels like we're traveling on our ears. It's like, whoa. It's like you got these wings, like, and you're traveling on your ears. And then that's when, like, everything becomes like a sound, a vibrational field. But the vibrational fields are all that's real. That is reality. And then we take what is real and we wind it onto a reel. And once we've wound it onto a reel, it now becomes a movie or a narrative or a story. And so we take what is here, we wind it onto a reel, and then we call what we hear on the reel, which is what we see on the reel, reality, when actually it's a copy of an experience put onto a reel of what is actually being heard. And like you said, the divine feminine. I bet Ronan's loving this. What's heard is not hymned. We sing hymns. Oh my God. We sing hymns to him instead of hearing what's hers. I don't know. What do you think, Ronan?
A herd of hers. Man, that sounds just annoying. No, I'm playing. Shout out to all the hers. No, I was just thinking my movie is gonna be my film reel is gonna be so dope. Just let me do some quick edits real quick. But man, I know my movie's gonna be dope, man. Ask yourselves, what's your movie gonna look like? It's gonna play you, Franklin, in your cosmic movie reel.
No, dogs. You're overwhelming me. I got my dogs excited.
No, but there's also it's funny that cosmic prankster, he brought up like the cosmic helicopter parent theory. The nanny state of the cosmos. But it is interesting because there are no atheists, as they say, there are no atheists in a foxhole. And I know it seems like when we get into a jam, we do call out to something and go, yo, help me. And it seems like you get some assistance from, some other source. So that's quite interesting. But yeah, I can't wait. My movie's going to be dope. I just want to say that. 5 stars. By the way, 5 stars to this simulation experience. If there's a way for me to rate this later, I'd get top rating. This video game is incredible. It's dynamically changes and goes and provides, and it is amazing. And I appreciate everyone here for having cameos in my personal movie experience here.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad to be part of your cameo, brother.
Yeah, man.
That's interesting. We're all cameos in each other's reality, and each other reality is our reality seen from a different perspective. As what a concept, and so it goes for every person. So, like, I suppose that's the macrocosm and the microcosm working there, like on one breath, you are the director, the movie star, all of that. On the other breath, you're just a cameo or an extra in someone else's movie. And there's that dichotomy, which is quite interesting. Like, I think the way it brings us back to reality, because it's very easy to lose ourselves, I think, in our own reality. And when we get so lost in our own reality that we can't reconcile our reality with other people's realities, we call that being nuts, right? Because that's like the extremity of masculine force. Masculine force is me, I, no, I. And because me is the subject, right? And I objectifies. I objectify the world, and me becomes a subject to the world. What an interesting concept, how those two words operate. And obviously, I is relating to the number 9. And me is relating M. M is relating to the number 5. Sorry, the number 4. And in English, E is relating to the number 5, bringing us back to 9. But in Chaldean or older forms, the I would be a number 1, bringing us back to 5. So me is 5 is the pentagram, no? But is related in English to 9. Why did they change me from 5 to 9? To connect me to I, so we can't tell the difference between me and I. Where when you've got me and I together, and I, sorry, did I say I is number 9? I is number 1, number 10. Sorry, number 1. But I don't know what's going on with my brain right now. I'm half asleep. But so the I is the 1, and the me, they've brought it to being the 9, so that the I, the 1 plus the 9 equals the 10 back to 1, or the 10 plus the 9 equals 19, actually, which is the sun. But when we look at the older form of numerically representing it, then me becomes 14, right? Because it's 4 plus 10. So mem is 4, yot is 10. So it's 14. And yot is E, I. So it's very interesting when we look at this, like the old Chaldean numerology and obviously the Paleo-Hebrew numerology are connected and structured. So, like,
So
talking about
can
structuring
you?
reality. Yeah.
I have a good thing for this. Can you say that again? You said my and then ot.
Yeah. So mem and
The-
yot spells me.
Okay. So what's incredible that this is reminding me of is, and also the homies in the chat bringing up like I and I is like it reminds me of Maya. Okay. Maya. It's close. I might be stretching everybody, but Maya is what that reminds me of. And the pyramid near my house that I talk about all the time is Eto, which in the country known as Mayaka, Jamaica, Mayaka, Eto refers to I and I. Eto also means italics, and it's where we get a lot of our words. And Eto also means like the breath, and Wa is like the Almighty. So the pyramid near my house is the breath of the Almighty, the Eto Wa. So it reminds me of those soundings of your me and I with your other like Mayota or something, and with that It's the word Maya, in my opinion. So shout out to the dot connections, Ya Maya, I and I, Eto, and this is why I see all the realm is connected. Also, like, yeah. Anyway, I could keep going, but I just want to throw that out there.
Mamiota.
Yeah, that's interesting because when you put ER together, so ER, ERO are the oldest names that we've got, sort of that relate to divinity, and you can see it in the Native American, like.
Oh, in Mexico, there's going to be a quiz after. I hope you're keeping notes. There's going to be a quiz after.
Hey,
Go ahead.
namaste, Mooney, big love. So,
Shout out Mooney. She
Yeah.
didn't like my joke. She didn't like my herd joke about it being annoying. She didn't appreciate that. But go ahead, Franklin. Sorry to interrupt.
oh, she heard you, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, she heard. She
She heard you.
heard me. And you don't want to get her. You don't want to get her herd riled up. Please. You'll never hear the end of it. You'll never hear the end of it. You never heard the end of it. Anyway, sorry.
No, well, it's very interesting the way these words do that, isn't it? Like we've been herded with his story. Oh, look who's joined the party! Moon feather, dun, dun, dun. Sorry if that's not a very good introduction.
Moon
have
feather. Well, let's write a song right now, Franklin. It's like moon feather, here she is. No,
feather. Dance from the moonbeam into the world of being seen from the place between where the moon streams between our eyes and our hearts. Namaste, dear moon feather. How are you? I hope you're having a lovely day and welcome.
Peace and grace to everyone. What is going on, guys? Oh my goodness. I said, let me hop on here quick. Just finished working. I'm exhausted, but I've been paying attention in and out with the conversation today. You guys have been going in as always. And yeah, I'm extremely grateful. And it's crazy, Franklin, that you're talking about the letter M and E or EM because on which by the way, guys, Franklin graced me on the Mooniverse last week or this past week, and it was wonderful. We had an amazing time and it was so much fun. But then on the show with shout out to Gabriel, Sick Dissident. We were talking about the letter E and M because we were talking about the Enneagram. And as we're, as he's talking about it, explaining it, and I'm getting my downloads and I tell him, the Enneagram begins with E and it ends with M. And in Gematria, that comes out to the number 9. So it's like, it's just beautiful. It's just beautiful. And this energy of 9s and 11s have been so powerful these past, I would say, always, but past 2 months, extremely, extremely strong, especially coming in right before 2025. I say 2025 is already here. The energy at least is here because it's a 9 year. And we know that it is a snake year. Kundalini, shedding your skin, being reborn, renew. And we know that the 9 is completion. And so 2025 is going to be amazing. And it's so strong. That's why it's already showing up so much. And then you happen to talk about it and it's great. And and always listen, you guys are talking about, hymns and herds and stuff like that. Listen, the great mother's always listening. The great mother's always listening.
Right, guys.
Oh, we can't hear you, Franklin. Franklin, we can't hear you.
You're muted.
I'm so sorry. I was just saying, welcome to Dear Shinobi. It's lovely to have you here. It's an honor to have you. His channel's been added to my list of channels, but you can't see it there because he ain't got nothing on his channel yet. But he's working on getting something on the channel. He's building it up. He's working hard on his intros and getting his content going. Welcome, dear brother. It's honor to have you. Lovely to have you. I hope you're having a great day. Chris was hoping to be able to pop in. I know Chris has been working like a dog, but he's sort of getting towards, I think he's just got to the end of his project, but he might be like spending some catch-up time with the missus, you know? He's got a lot of catch-up time to put in there, as I imagine, you know. But welcome, dear brother. How are you? And lovely, we've got you and Mooney. We got the whole crew together.
Awesome. Yeah, man. Hey, guys. How's it going?
Lovely. Welcome. So yeah, we were talking about how this me works. And what was it that Ronan was saying about Maya? And there was something on the mind about this notion, which was quite interesting. It was sort of tickling at the back of my head. Just let me reach in, get hold of it. And Ia. Yes, Ia. So Ia and Iao are the oldest names that became Iaowe. Yeah? Iaowe. So Uwe, or as Ronan calls it, Hawa, but because it's the 5 vowels, right? I, A, O, U, E. Yahweh. So that tetragrammaton became a amalgamized 5 vowels as one word, only vowels, no consonants being pronounced. But in order to write that word of vowels, you only write it with consonants. What a head trip. You only write it with consonants, but you only pronounce the vowels. Okay, that's like a head trip. But that word of the first 3 vowels was, the first 2 vowels is the name of Enki, as we know. Before Ea Anki came to earth, his name was Ea. So Ea was that, like, the first deity name. And then Iao becomes the next extension. And so this Ea, when you add ma, Maya, Maya, right? So you're adding the Maya. You got Maya. So you're adding the feminine onto Enki's name in order to create Maya, which is really interesting if you think about it, because Ia Owe is this, like, the structure of reality, right? The 5 vowels, 5 fingers, 5 of these little digit bubbas. Then to just take the Ia and to add the which is the resonant vibratory frequency of tone, to that gives you the Maya. And so, like, it's interesting when you look at this, like so Ia is your hair, is the number 10, and hair. So that adds up to 15. And the 15, when you add the 40 to it, right, becomes 55. Here's a head trip. So 55, if you add 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 together, you end up with 55. So all of the numerations in a single addition makes 55, which is what the word Maya adds up to if it's transliterated and it's put into the Paleo-Hebrew Chaldean system of numerology. So there's something going on there. Maya, 55, and 55, right? And how many movies did they whack us with 555? What's going on there? 555. Isn't it a bit weird when you've actually got two hands, 2 digits of 5, and now you're supposed to have 3 digits of 5? So like it makes you think of a 3-legged man, doesn't it? Like as a concept. Tripod.
That's
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Franklin. That's wild. And of course, I forgot to shout out the Ronin experience. Ronin and I went live on Thanksgiving of all days, and we were just chopping it up on the side. And I was exhausted. 2 days of cooking. Just finished cleaning my kitchen. Finally got to sit down. After 2 days. And he's like, "Oh, Mooney, what do you think we go live?" And I'm like, "What?" Like in my head, I'm like, "What, boy? You crazy?" But then I look at the time and it's 5:55, and I said, "Let's do it." Right, Ronan?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
and our conversation was a lot like, synchronicities and how wonderful it is when we come through together and we're rocking on the same wavelength, and spirit always confirms it. Does it make sense to other people on the outside? No, not always, but the fact that Franklin, we also spoke about on our show that we gave a shout out to Ronan because he did help to connect me with you and then thus the round table and everybody therein. And it's been wonderful. And the only synchronicity that pops up into my head, when you're talking about MEI, May in Japanese is a tree. So I think about the tree of life, which is absolutely wonderful. And if you're talking about Maya, I'm like, okay, Maya, it's beautiful, but backwards, it's I am. So I think that that's beautiful.
Yeah, Mooney, we crushed, guys. Check it out. We gave many onks on the Thanksgiving. So we crushed, and I appreciate you guys showing me love. I feel like I get bruised and battered out here, yo, because like Moonfeather mentioned, man, we talk about stuff just like similar to this, and it's like some people, man, they just pump the brakes on the and they pump the brakes and also do mental gymnastic somersaults to somehow fit whatever systems they have in other systems, and they must be incredibly tired and struggling to make things fit so that they can feel more comfortable. But yeah, dot connecting is my jam, whether it's people or ideas and evidences. So I appreciate your guys' appreciation, Moonfeather. Guys, and it might feel or seem like such ego. Showing appreciation and gratitude for everyone around you is the way, in my opinion. Operating in gratitude and love is the way. And I'm sure a lot of us can relate to where we don't always feel like necessarily appreciated just being. So I would just highly recommend and just showing love and gratitude to everyone and everything, because tomorrow's not promised, yo. So yeah, anyway.
Yeah,
But I like where we were going, Franklin, on that. And it's funny, like here in the States, so you have Enki and you have what you were sharing. For some reason, they call Northerners Yankees, which is kind of funny still to this day. I'm a Yankee. I'm here in Georgia, considered.
Yeah, me too. Born and raised in the state of the Yankees.
Yeah, you're a Yankee, but isn't that funny how it's the Enki along with the verb, what Franklin was speaking about, and the H in Phoenician is the fifth letter as well. So he mentioned hey, that's actually the fifth letter in Phoenician. But anyway, I'm aimlessly rambling. I'll get out of the way.
I love that. That's great. It's like Yankee, Yankee, ya. You were big on the yas, so
the yas and the was and the cheese and the keys. They're everywhere.
Ea was another name of the earth, right? Wasn't it? Back in the day, Ea. So it'd be my
like
Ea,
Gaia,
like my earth. So it'd be like, because matter is the earth, and Maya is the matter, which is the mother, like Mother Earth. So there's a link there to my ear and Maya and my
Yeah,
earth.
man. And that probably is a part of that Gaia. You know how that people use the word Gaia, Shinobi. It's probably related.
Yeah, I reckon there's a link there somewhere.
The Gaia is interesting because now we're adding
Oh, now we're
taking
adding the guys. Shout out to the fellas and the guys. It's not all about you. Not about you girls out there. Shout out to the guys. No, I'm joking.
By the way, the word guy is a word for, is a guy a cow or a baby bull? Oh, I should know. Bloody hell. Guy is cow in Hindi. Is it a cow? Anyway, I think it's a cow. Yeah, a guy is a cow in Hindi. Food for thought. And then we see it represented as a camel in the third letter, which is where that like Phoenician thing comes from. It's a camel image, which then becomes a gemal, where the word camel comes from. And that is a 3. So we're taking out the 5 of Ma, and we're adding in the Ga from Jamal. So it becomes Jaya. And now it's very interesting when you go to India, you got Jaya. So Jaya is praise. To give praise is Jaya. Jaya. It's to give praise. And then Gaia is the masculine pronunciation of the G or the J, because the G and the J are a double letter. So they've got a masculine and feminine pole to them. So they can be pronounced as either masculine or feminine. And that in itself is rather quite interesting if we think about it, because we're talking about the power of the moon as opposed to the power of Mars being sort of inserted. And the G or the Gi represents life and not being alive. And so we see the high priestess as this card in the major arcana, which is now the second tarot trump, because it's the mystical presence of the actual 3. So it's the 2 in terms of how we will perceive it on the inner planes, but on the outer planes, it's a 3, which is really interesting when we look at how this all fits together. Because as a letter, it's a 3, which then becomes Gaia. So then the Gaia becomes the 15 plus 3 becomes 18. Isn't that interesting? And so the 18 is bringing us 1 and 8. And 8 is Saturn. And Saturn was the reaper of the corn as the green man traditionally, which is the masculine archetype of Gaia. So it all fits together like a song.
Were you saying that the G and the C were interchanged, or are they interchangeable?
No. Maya and Gaia is the G and the M have been interchanged.
Ah, right.
But when you use the feminine pronunciation of that G, it becomes J. So it could be Gimal or Jimal. And so that's quite interesting, because you see the 7 letters represents like Pe. It can be a Pe or a F. A G can be a G or a J. D could be a D or a J. Right? D, J. So how we see J, like jolly, is actually the letter D, but the feminine side of Venus. And then what are the other double letters? A R can be a R or a R. r, 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 r. The modern Hebrew pronounce the hard form of that. Re. They pronounce their R's like re. But it could be a r, which is the r is like a growling sound of a lion. You know, or a dog. And so that's like a solar expression of the lion. What else have we got? We got b. B can be a v or a b as a masculine and feminine pronunciation, which is why a lot of Hebrew words, when they're writing v, they'll use the b as to create a v, because they're using the feminine expression of that archetype. And then the t can be a th, the, or a t, tau or tau. So it's just interesting when you look at these different these different ways of expressing. What have we not added there? K. So the k of Jupiter, which is the k, can be a s, but it's not a s, it's a s. It's a vowel pronunciation of that consonant. So we say ace, but ace is not the same as in the letter S. So this is why we've got these other letters that are being created on top of the 22 in order to give us this. The only one that wasn't created as a double letter, and this is really interesting, the th was just kept as a t. And so we didn't recognize Saturn's double pole. And then so to me, that I find quite interesting. And I think we covered all of them, didn't we? The Mercury is the b, and the v, the solar, the Jupiter, the Saturnial, Mars is the p and the f. But anyway, those are the 7 letters that have a double pronunciation in the Paleo Hebrew and the, like, what became Phoenician language. So that's why Jaya and Gaia are the same word. But the one is that it's the difference between I and me. You see, we're back to the I and me again. The Jaya and the Gaia. The Gaia is objective and the Jaya is subjective because it follows the feminine J instead of the masculine G. And Guy relates to an objective cow. But Jai represents the is a guy a baby bull or a baby cow? It's a young. It's not just a cow. It's a young cow or a young bull. And I'm sorry, I'm not sure about the sex right now. I'm a little bit confused because it's been a long time since I lived in India. But I think it's a cow, a guy, but a young one, not mature. It's a differentiation. So it's just interesting how these languages are. We've forgotten these nuances of how these letters have got hard and soft elements, masculine and feminine elements.
Franklin, this is, and I really appreciate that because that's you broke down a lot of the basis of how I formulate a lot of my kind of personal grimoire grammar in that old Hebrew and Phoenician and sounds. Because I find them to be the origins of all the other speaks and systems built on top of that. So you basically, that's why if anyone hears me, kind of trying to break down things like in a goo goo gaga kind of way, because it's very we're almost like babies out here when it comes to our what we should be knowing. You know what I'm saying? So breaking them down in the sound, the goo goo gaga, is very profound in breaking down the spellings. So I appreciate. That's why anyone that watches my stuff and maybe is like, "What's he talking?" That's where I get a lot of this, and then connect it with the rest of the realm as far as the sounds of I go by the sounds, and I break them down one syllable at a time, and then put it back together, and then I can glean so much intel from that. Appreciate that, Franklin.
Yeah, big love, brother. That there's something powerful about the word, isn't it? The logos. The logos. Makes us all a little bit loco. Hey! You got to be loco to use the logo the way the logo has been used. And now they've got us being programmed with logos. You see? Like every company has to have a logo, right? And they use logarithms. They create rhythms of the logo in order to program us using AI systems, because the logos that they were using from the corporate forms of advertising advert your eyes towards the logo so they can program you using the logo. Now they've progressed it to adding the logo rhythm into it. And it's all about the word. They
Yeah,
had to change the language. I think I got to take these dogs outside to pee, or else they're going to crucify me. I'll be back in a moment, guys.
Yeah, there's a star called the Algol star, isn't there? Known as the demon star. That's where I think we get the word algorithm. It's algorithm. They're using the energy from that demon star. And the logos and stuff, it's just sigil magic. It's all magic that they're using to hypnotize us and try and like seduce us to buy things we don't need and want, with colors and sounds and stuff. I say that the science is a seance. They're trying to summon other energies. So I trust the science. Trust the seance. So it's all magic they're doing.
Oh yeah, that's the same as the priest class. Yeah, I mean for sure. Controlling all of that. If you don't like the system you're subscribed to, this is what I said the other day, they always have another system for you that they'll provide to you. They have a menu of systems that you're welcome to join, and it's all on their menu that they wrote. But that inversion, I think, with the algo that Shinobi, that Franklin was going after, and you're right about that algo star, but this is, in my opinion, before that. This is where they came up with that those wards and invert it to something quote unquote dark, if I can use this dualistic way of thinking. Most stuff, like a cheat code for me, bro, is and all the sisters out there, all the brethren and all the sistren out there. If it's quote unquote demonized, which demon is actually a beautiful word. It's the same word for Monday, for those that don't know. Moon and day. It means gnosis, it means knowledge. So like knowing what lodge your grimoire is presented to you is in my opinion empowering. But let me rest there. I was going to say something, man. I tell you what, man, I can't finish a thought. If I go on a side path, it's like, how do I find my way back to the main path? And I was say, sorry.
Yeah, I think the Algol star, is that also Medusa as well? Is that known as Medusa? I think I may be wrong, but I've heard it is Medusa also, because like Medusa is somebody that's being demonized. I think like it's not because she's a woman. It's not necessarily a bad energy, but they've told us it's bad, and that's the energy that they're using. Like nothing is good or bad. Like, I don't believe in black magic. Magic is magic, and it can be used by bad people. So by saying demon, I don't mean it's bad. I just mean that they're using the power of that star or constellation or frequency, the algol frequency, and they're running it here like with the rhythm, because I do believe that we can tap into to these constellations and stars and planets, and we can tune into them, but people don't. Like general people don't. But the powers that be, corporations, billionaires, they know how to tune into these frequencies, and that's how they run things here.
Yeah, the Algol star is the head of the Medusa, the demon star.
Right. So we're told Medusa's bad, right? Like a snake-headed goddess. But I don't know much about her, but I do know that that's been inverted as well. Yeah. So Medusa's not evil, I don't think. They tell you it's evil, and then they use that energy because they want you to stay away from it. Like, oh, I'm not gonna invoke the energy of Medusa because she's bad, but they're using her energy or the energy of that algo star. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Well, you're touching on something. I think you're spot on, and the fact that you really don't know too much of the story on Medusa, it's amazing. Medusa has always gotten a bad rap, which, by the way, we brought up the subject of Medusa in my live with Gabriel, because the Enneagram for some reason
Shout out
reminds
Gabriel.
me. Shout out to Gabe.
Slick
The slick dissident, yes. The Enneagram reminded me, just for some reason, the way when looking at it reminds me of the head of Medusa. And I said, I don't know, that it's just funny. And we just got into the conversation. And Medusa has, we know that she has a bad rap. She gets a bad rap, and she didn't start out as Medusa or as the image that everybody knows her. She was betrayed. She was betrayed by, the people or the gods that she trusted, the ones that she trusted. And they used her, they raped her, it's horrible. Her story is horrible, and through her, they through her, and I'm not trying to come down on the masculine or anything like that, but it's also the reason why there was such division between the DF and the DM, the divine feminine and the divine masculine, because who was it? Perseus came. He was the one who, am I right? That chopped off his head, Indy?
Yeah, that's
chopped
right.
off her head. Perseus?
To tame that beast.
Yes. So it's crazy because, they praised him and stuff like that, but they don't understand, where I feel like, if you read into the mythos, they didn't understand, or he really didn't understand her story and how she got to be that way.
Mooney,
what?
Mooney, are you trying to tell us to believe all Gorgons?
No, I'm not trying to make anybody believe anything, but I'm just saying that the
believe all Gorgons.
But and just to think that she has a place in the constellation, I feel that it's kind of like homage and remembrance to to what she went through, or stuff like that. It's just I think that's wild. And the thing is, I don't know if anybody made the connection. Slick and I, we made the connection on the day of the show that when we were having the show, there was the fight with Tyson and Jake Paul, and they had Mike Tyson. When it was time for them to weigh him, for him to weigh in, he was wearing Versace underwear. That's it. He just came out of Versace, and Versace. And then I had told Slick, I said, yes, like he just came out in Versace underwear, and then I had broke down the gematria on that, and it came out to the number 9. And he's like, well, Versace's logo, which you were just talking about, is that these people use these, the constellation and astrology to tap into, tap into that God power. Versace's logo is Medusa, so there's a lot of connections with that. And I also did a show, shout out to Black Ruel, talking about stars, stocks, and the crypto connection, which, it connects, what's going down here in the 3D as far as the whole financial world and how it's connected to astrology. and how they've always used astrology, to make money moves and stuff like that. We have a new moon coming up. That's huge when it comes to money. It's also manifestation. It's where you start making your own personal affirmations when it comes, like if you want to bring in money or anything that you want to, right? Manifest into your life, you choose a new moon to do it. And if you pay attention, if you pay real close attention to the energy and what's going on in the world, it's all connected. It really is. But I'm glad that you brought that up. And I love and I have to go, guys. I'm so sorry. I have to finish cooking and have dinner with the kids. But honestly, I just love how it all boils down to, or the conversation all boiled down to the divine feminine, and how that energy really does encapsulate the meaning of life, or the essence of life. You know what I'm saying? It's nurturing, it's intuitive. That we're always talking about intuition. It's nature, and we have to recognize it. We have to recognize it. We have to honor it. Because it is the power that we have, and that we're able to cultivate, deeper understanding of life and what's here in this 3D, and also decipher ourselves, in it as well. And I think that's just wonderful. But guys, I love y'all so much. Franklin, so much blessings to you and everyone, and to everyone in the chat. I'm glad I was able to hop on real quick and just join you guys for a quick spell. Yeah, guys, thank you so much. Take care. I love y'all.
Thank you, dear
Bless-
Mooney, for joining us. And thank your kids for allowing it.
Oh,
Big
that
one.
is so sweet. Yeah, I was telling them, guys, be quiet a little bit. I'm going to be on a live, so just give me a few minutes.
I say kids, but they're not exactly kids anymore. Well, I mean, some of them, but like
Yeah,
a lot of them
they're
are
young.
pretty much,
They're young teenagers. They're young teenagers, 14,
Yeah.
15, and 16. Yeah.
yeah, it's not quite a kid, is it? It's like they're not quite an adult, but they're on their way there.
Right. Exactly. All right, guys, take care. We'll talk soon.
Namaste, dear.
Bye.
God
Bye.
bless you. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye
Bye.
bye, dear.
So, bye.
And thank you for bringing the Medusa notion to us, and how this divine feminine and Mexico. Thank you for thanking all the balls on the table for representing the divine feminine.
All right, fella. Yeah, it's just us. All right, guys. It's just the fellas. So let's
It's just fellas, yeah,
now,
again.
boys only. All right, no.
No, but it's interesting how like the divine feminine is the beginning and the ending of the story, and everything else is the in-betweeners, if that makes sense. Like put it this way. You got the legs, and you got the womb, and you got the cavity, the cave, and then you've just got the in-betweener. We're the in-betweener. We are what moves through that canyon. Yes, canyon. And so, like, I think that the numerations get so much hype from Plato, and it's all about the numbers. But like, the numbers only exist because of the zero, right? Like, everything comes from that zero, and so everything must go back to that zero. And so the fundamental state of being is chaos. No, the order that we make out of chaos is what we experience here, but the fundamental state, and chaos doesn't mean like what we think it means. To me, chaos means a structure that's not linear. That's what chaos means to me. Lineated, numerologically defined linear surfaces are what I consider the masculine. But that non-lineated non-numerated structure is chaos. And I believe that chaos has structure in the same way that the feminine has structure. It just doesn't have structure in terms of linear numerations.
Yeah, chaos is just potential. Like the dark waters, dark matter, the unseen. Yeah.
And so like we can't, and I suppose as well, like as men, we are, here's the interesting thing. So the women are going to see the anima and connect with the anima. The men are going to see the animus and connect with the animus. This is like Jungian concept. So in a Vedic concept, the men are going to connect with Shakti. So the divine chemical wedding with a man is with Shakti. The divine chemical wedding of a woman is with Shiva, which is really funny because you see all the Babas of India devoted to Shiva, but they're actually looking for union with Shakti. And so it's when a man finds union with Shakti that Shiva is born within him. And it's when a woman finds union with Shiva that Shakti is born within her. And then she becomes the embodiment of Shakti and the man becomes the embodiment of Shiva, as like the tantric union, the concept of the culmination of these principles to become a singular expression of duality. For duality is an expression of singularity. And singularity, interestingly enough, sing, right, to sing, and gula, and so like gularity, gular. Interesting how it like relates to the goal, golarity, and the air, iti, riti. So it's like the root that comes from the air, which is the goal, which is the expression of singular. Who fell off? Somebody.
Do you know what itty means or where it originates from? Because I love breaking down words, and there's so many words
Iffy.
that end with itty, ity, like
Icky.
the real itty, the singular itty. What is itty, ity? Been trying to work it out, and I'm sure you guys might have something on this that would help me break down so many words.
Well, I don't know, but I'll take a shot in the dark of a licky. A licky, which is the cow's tongue, is a song, right? So you sing a licky. Any Dutchies out there? They listen to lickies on the radio. So if you take the L out of licky, L represents the Om of Libra, which is that balancing force that keeps the Iki in balance and harmony. So L is the masculine pole of Venus, which initiates and installs harmony in what it touches. So like the Lamet is the ox goad that helps you to keep your oxen all moving together like a team in harmony. And if you don't have the ox goad that stick to goad them with, then they'll be like all over the shop. So when you take L out of licky, you're taking the harmony out of a song. I don't know. That's just a shot in the dark.
Okay.
That's a concept.
Because I've thought it'd be itty would be like just similar to thing, like reality, the real itty, the real thing, singularity, the singular itty, the singular thing, like itty just being thing. But I'm just really interested in where it could originate from. Why itty?
Ki is the old name for earth, right? In Sumerian. So ki would be controlling the earth in a way, putting the yod onto the earth, ki. Because and so like Icky. So what could it be? It could be a
No,
cough.
itty, ity, ty.
Sorry, itty.
ity, yeah, not ky. Like itty.
Oh, I thought you were talking about icky.
No, itty, like the singularity, reality.
Itty. Oh, I'm
Yeah,
so sorry,
yeah.
brother. Your thing
By
is
the way,
quite soft.
Shinobi, I spell it. When I see the spelling is also ITTI, which is fun with palindromes. Excuse me.
What's that?
Oh, I'm sorry. Like I see the ITTI in a lot of places as well. I know you're going with words like reality and those, and but I see that a lot of names of places and even old peoples and tribes and things is ITTI. Itty sounds the same,
Probably
and
has
I
the same root. If it sounds
yeah
the same,
yeah
it
the
has the same
sounding is
essence.
the sounding's more important to me than how it's expressed on the writings.
Mm-hmm.
But the ITTI part is fun because I like palindromes. I think are interesting. They're like mirror effects. But I'm curious in to hear what you guys. This is a good one because I don't really know myself, but I see it in a lot of places and used in a lot of places. Like you're even in English, like you say, like the ending of words ends in itty a lot. I know other like the ending of words where you see like SION or something like that. Like that's to me like Zion. That's representing Zion or TN or something. It's kind of like a city or town or something like that. So which could also be spiritually thinking, almost like a Zion type thing. But Itty's the one that I just don't know. Not sure. So good question.
Yeah, you have a city as well. It's like itty,
Yeah,
city. Yeah.
I don't know. That's a good
I'm gonna
one.
do some research. Yeah.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
If you look at itty, it's quite an interesting concept because if you break down the numbers, right? So let's say you say Aleph, Tav. Tav, no, not Aleph, sorry. Yot, Tav, Tav, Yot. So that means 10, 22, 22, 10. That's like the number code, like from a Chaldean or Paleo Hebrew concept. So then you're adding 32 to 2 and 30. So that brings us to 64. Okay, so this is like heavy, right? Like 64. 64 is you need 64 vectors to facilitate a vector equilibrium mathematically. And 64 vectors, like this is what the I Ching is, right? The I Ching are these trigoms, which are 64 of these trigoms that are combinations of two trigoms, right? So there are 32 sets of trigoms facing, or 32 trigoms sets of three, like to make the trigom triangle, facing in one direction, and 32 trigoms facing in the other direction. And every reading for an I Ching, you need to have 6 sticks to create the two trigoms if you're throwing the sticks. So that means you've got a hexagram and you've got 32 hexagrams or 64 triads, which is quite interesting if you see that word it t. And so it represents an object, right? T seems to be the inverse of that. So if it is an to name it an object, T would be feel T. Um, um, to me, the T represents the quality of something, as opposed to it representing the objective. So the one is objective, it. The other one is T, the quality. And we drink tea. Yeah.
To me, no pun intended. The T is the X, based on, because the X marks the spot. The X in Phoenician is pronounced Tau. It's pronounced with a Tau. It's literally how the X is expressed. So X marks the spot, which is funny when you use your example, Shinobi, of city being a physical place. And then shout out to Mexico, UNITY. I remember that song, UNITY. That's a unity. But yeah, sorry. It's still, so I like watching, people like Franklin and winding their way down this path of trying to find the origins of this part of a word, because it's not really a word on its own. It's just like an addition to something else. I almost suspect, and also when I see T's, I see that as a stamp of the hijackers that took over and the conquerors that took over the realm, and they placed their T stamp mark on things. So a lot of words, in old words, in cities and mountains and rivers and things, you can actually remove the T. A lot of times they'll stick that T right in the center of a word, and that's almost like them stamping their ownership of it. This is like the Templars and those types, the military arm. If I don't know, I hope that adds something to.
Yeah, I've just been thinking that also that the itty isn't necessary, because when you say reality, you can just call it the real, or rather than the singularity, you say the singular. Like rather than reality, we say this is the real. It gives it a different energy. I actually prefer saying that, thinking about it, not reality, like real. Like, not this is reality, this is the real. I think it defines it more. Anyway, digressed.
Yeah, no, that's great. That's great, because that is quote unquote their addition. They're they're like stealing in the garden. It's like a walled garden. They're putting their ending of the message that you're trying to share. That's when I talk about their grimoires and other people's grimoires, grammar, right? I've been building my own personal grimoire and how I speak and spell as an embodiment of an alchemist, and how I operate. And in the beginning, we mentioned, I mentioned to Indy about, speaking love and more high vibe than a low vibe. So that's my personal. So when I do these, like what Franklin was just doing, where he was working it out on the spot through his process, that's, in my opinion, I would say that's his grimoire, and he's building off of his grimoire, right? His grimoire. And I have mine. So I speak and spell a certain way, and maybe not everyone fully grasps it, and that's fine. But I also might borrow some spells from Franklin's grimoire, right? You might hear me say some things in a week from now that he was saying today, because it's an addition to my personal grimoire. So that addition of those words, like you're saying, oh, this is real, as opposed to this is reality. It's like, yes, you're using their grimoire, which gives them power, and unfortunately they suck. You know what I mean? Like, they're not cool. So that's them trying to add their power, impress their influence, which is interesting wording in of its own, into your own spells. That's some cheap tricks, but that's how they operate, that's how those dark magi operate. They just use cheap tricks. And they are disconnected from nature, and they want to disconnect you from nature to disempower you. So a lot of these root words, that's why root words are so powerful and important to me, as opposed to these root words plus their addition. And I'm not trying to beat a dead horse. You guys get it already, but I find it profound in how do you change this realm and how do you make it better? Just focus on your own grimoire, focus on how your own alchemy and operate. And that's all you could truly do, and hope that your ripple, to me, I like to make my ripple out here in this cosmos, and hopefully on the other side, when it gets to Cape Town, Penguin Beach, it's a tsunami by then. but I know Franklin's gonna be all right. He knows how to surf the cosmic wave, so he'll be good. It's everything else.
I'm sorry to tell you guys, there's a serious problem in Penguin Town. They have overfished the sea. They have given licenses where licenses shouldn't be had to commercial businesses. And they've brought all their trawlers and all their their fish trawlers to Cape Town. And all the penguins have just been like, you know what? We're so done with this nonsense. They pack up shop and they leave. So very soon, this will be penguin-free town, literally. And it's at the point where the penguin sanctuary is actually having to employ people to come and look after the few penguins that there are. It's a bit sad for me, having lived here for 6 years, and how many penguins there were when I arrived, and just watching them just whittle down, to the point where I've been talking about it for the last 2 years to all of my neighbors, saying, listen, this is like ridiculous. It's now reached the point where like I can walk through Penguin Village and not see a penguin at night. It's sad. So let's hope there will be penguins here by the time that wave gets here.
Oh no, my tsunami of gnosis is coming with lots of fish. It's gonna be good. You won't even have to eat anymore. We'll all be breatharians. And shout out to the penguins, man. I don't know if you feed them hot dogs or something, and keep them subsidize their thing, or I hope they're all right. Seriously, but
they will be okay. They will pack up shop and they'll leave.
Oh, they'll find a better spot?
They will have to, because
you got to. I guess that's how things are.
Yeah, they'll just pack up shop. But unfortunately, the breeding cycle will be messed up, and the population will have dwindled as they move, because, as you imagine, migrating tribe of penguins, they're going to lose a lot of babies on the way.
Oh, dude, I was gonna, and I don't mean to gloss over what you're saying. It's serious, but I was gonna ask Indy before he walked away what he thought about penguins, because there is a thought process out there that penguins are put together in a way that is unnatural and almost in a dark alchemist sort of way. Indy, are you familiar with some of those thoughts about penguins and them being like symbolic of something dark, if you will?
It's like in flags and like heraldry and vexillology as a symbol, or like
how they were made, like how they were created in a hybrid, in a, what are those those like Dr. Moriarty's island kind of thing, where they create not chimeras, but basically like penguin is a bit of a hybrid of a thing. And are you familiar with those theories and stories about penguins?
Stories about those. I remember hearing stories about how the pigs were made.
Yeah,
from pigs as well. That story as well. But I also remember
same vein of thought. Same vein of thought. Yeah.
But in recent findings in the Buseji Mountains of Romania, they found a device that allows you to access a hologram of how all the different animals were through time, and It allows you to see how their hybrids would become if you were to mix two different species, supposedly. It was some tablets, stone tablets that turned into holograms, apparently. Some out there stuff. I've heard about that. But I know that there's been talk about, in the past, how they would merge humans with animals and try to breed different types of animals together. That stuff is wild.
Yeah, I believe that, like, I mean, I've from what I've seen in the Sumerian cuneiform tablets about when they arrived here and they were trying to make Lulu, like that's the name for human, the original name Lulu. Such a cute name, huh? And they had a lot of projects, man. Like people hear about, okay, so they came here and they made us, okay, but they don't look at the years of how long they spent making us. And if my memory serves, it took more than 10,000 years to make humans. Yeah, more than 10,000 years. I can't remember how many, but like the number of shahs is a lot. So maybe even 15,000, 20,000 years to make humans. And so there was a lot of experimentation, trying this gene, trying that, mixing. And they mentioned that they had all these cages, facilities, where they had all these creatures that they had made. Then the flood came. A lot of these creatures went off and survived and became, I think this is why when we look at nature, we see nature has got all the genetics in it. And the animals that they brought to Earth, they mentioned that they brought goats and sheep. Yeah. So maybe they were taking genetic flavors of goats, sheep, and serpents.
Oh, get out of my ship.
And human genetics and mixing them up and playing genetic in order to create all these beings, which would sort of explain why we've got these old tablets showing how these evolution trees come from certain combinations, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, those are interesting theories. It can also lead into where it could create division in people in that, well, during my science experiment creation, like my batch was a good batch and your batch was a bad batch. You know what I mean? So the good batch got to take out the bad batch. And that, you see how that can be used in in that. And but yeah, I like someone mentioned, the penguins being Freemasons. I always seen them as kind of being uppity. They're always dressed really formal, and they think they're better than you because they're always dressed nice. But yeah, that thought of being made in a laboratory mixed up
Peanut left. He's gone.
is
The thing
interesting.
Here, Peanut.
I think. Oh, good.
No, carry on. Please do. I thought you were done.
Indy, who were you battling back there? You have a homunculus or something back there?
Yeah, we got 3 homunculi.
Oh, okay. You got to train them better, dude.
I know.
They're food motivated. You can train them.
Hello. He's a cutie, yeah.
But yeah, Franklin, if my ancestors were in the lab and the gate just happened to open, I know my ancestors would be like, "Let go!" Like we would break. You can't hold my bloodline in a cage for too much longer. We're gonna find out. But I don't know the answers, Franklin, to that. There are many thoughts that different different people were created in labs in batches, and one is literally might be better than the other in people's minds. I tend to think, and I don't know the answers, that I don't believe in evolution. I don't believe, I think evolution is the same. And someone in the I think evolution is fake. I think nukes are fake. I think space is fake. I think dinosaurs are fake, except maybe dragons. Dragons, maybe. Phoenixes, etc. But where were humans created? I bounce around in theories in my head all the time, but I don't think it's a dark, like the Anunnaki took a, I don't think we're from Bunsen burner labs and go, all right, this one looks good. Let's clone it. I do think clones might be a thing. So I don't know, guys. I'm literally like, I bounce around the thought on what all of that is, but I do find it super interesting. I have more questions than answers, actually. So,
Yeah, I find that interesting too. I mean, they didn't so much as create us as what they sort of brought us out of themselves. Like according to the stories, I think people look at it as a dark thing, but I don't think it's necessarily dark. It's sort of like let me give you an example. Yeah, OG Kush. We didn't really create OG Kush, did we?
I'm a fan.
You know OG Kush. You must know OG
I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan. Shout out OG Kush. I'm a huge fan of that.
Shout out OG Kush. Everybody knows OG Kush. OG Kush rocks. Such a big sturdy plant, hey. Beautiful smell. But nice plant to grow, huh? But like, so what did we do? We went and we got the certain things and we mixed certain things together to bring that out. And so OG Kush isn't like a dark thing that was, made in a laboratory or such, but we sort of drove it to become what it was. And so it became an upgrade, didn't it? So I think that they brought us out of existing genes and made upgrade. Like we went OG Kush, we upgraded what was already there. They went upgraded what was already there. Durban poison is another one that was done long time ago, right? The Indians came here. You can believe they brought Kush from the Himalayas. You can believe they brought Kush from the Himalayas, and they looked at the indica strains here and they thought, let's mix them and get one that can handle this weather and this temperature. And they made their own version of a kind of a Kush plant, which is why Durban poison has got that sort of limonene. Like OG Kush has got a good limonene hit to it, right? Which is that sativa clarity that you're looking for. That limonene gives you that. So, and you get limonene in lemongrass, citrus, lavender. These are all things that like enliven your mind, right? If you smell them. So, yeah, I don't go with a negative trait. I think that like they've managed to isolate the best parts and put them together. And then what happened was the herd mixed into a bigger herd, if that makes sense. I think there was a herd here of beings.
Just a herd of humans.
We weren't like, maybe we're talking about those Cro-Magnon, right? Who we call the cavemen or whatever. Maybe we weren't so on that level. And then the mixation happened and suddenly we were like making tools and doing everything like that film, the Planet of the Apes, right?
Yeah, I believe those types of things and Cro-Magnon and things like that are a slight hijack.
Yeah.
There are you guys, we already touched on this, so I won't go down this path. There are and were giants and those and smaller people, right, at the same time, and everyone in the middle. So those things were somewhat bred out or chased out or murdered or, unalived. And we still have some of those remnants and genes, like super tall people and super short people. There's some of that reminiscent of that. But dude, I remember if I could tell a story, I remember I was in the 7th grade. And this awesome hybrid strand of a young 7th grade year old girl in my class, she was Blasian. Her dad was of the darker skin complexion, and her mom was Asian. And you want to talk about the most beautiful strand of a human being when you mix a highly dark skinned person with a Japanese person. Oh, 7th grade me still thinks about that. Shout out Jeanette. She's married
Dude,
now, happily married.
You should not be thinking about a 7th grade girl.
Well, I still know her. She's a good person.
She's too young for you, dude.
I was in 7th grade. We were both in the 7th grade. Is that weird? No, we were both in the 7th grade.
I know. I'm just kidding. I'm yanking your
She
chain, brother.
preferred like a lot of women. That sometimes they prefer just some of the lowest life guys, you know. But hey, I get it. I get it.
Yeah.
Anyway, that was a strand. But I like your analogy of the plant strands somehow making better strands for the particular environment. I mean, there's something to that for sure.
Yeah. And I think that they were also, while they were doing that, you see, I think we were a consequence. I think they were trying to engineer their own genetics to adapt to this place. And in the process, our genetics got mixed. And then we became all like, wow, bing, bing, lights on. You know?
Yeah.
Let's build pyramids.
Well,
I
if
think
you
we built pyramids, ourselves. You know?
If you make a Pinocchio, so these stories are rampant as well, and Pinocchio is a popular one. You make the creator, and you make a smaller you, quote unquote, with a lot of you put into it, and it's like, I want to be a real boy one day. By the way, that story can actually get real dark. I'll stay away from the dark parts of some of that. But the idea, I bring it up for the idea of what you're saying. A bunch of creators created something that is like akin to their own, but it's like it's interesting, that theory. There's holes in that theory, in my opinion. Why it's almost like making a pet, and then you let your pets roam, because you're making a lesser powerful you. So it's not like your offspring, it's your creation, but not in the sense of like a divine creator. It's more of like a mad scientist creator.
Well,
there's all
that's
kinds of
yeah. Sorry, yeah. Do continue. Sorry.
No, I'm done. I'm it. That's it.
That's what makes that whole story so interesting, because Enki enraged his brother, because Enki was the lead geneticist, and Enki decided, let's put in that like the good stuff, and he wasn't supposed to put in the good stuff. He felt like a father.
Real quick, and keep going, Franklin. I just want to comment on someone's comment. They mentioned the panel's beards. Polar Night. Shout out.
That.
You have the early, so Shinobi is the beginning of the beard, and then you have Indy in the middle. Indy's the missing link, and then you have Franklin full beard hybrid. So you guys are the evolution of the beard strand. Anyway, I just want to throw that out
there.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
and
I think
I'm almost Santa Claus. I'm on my way to Santa Claus. Soon the kids are gonna say Santa. But yeah, that's a very interesting concept in how Enki actually wanted to give, because Enki felt like a parent, and Enki had this relationship, like the whole idea of Moses. Like Enki fell in love with a human woman, and he said to her, "Hey, you and me, let's do it." And so she fell for that low life. And that's
they
where the
always
story of
do,
Moses
brother. They always do.
Yeah.
that did that.
And that's why Moses was saved. because he was literally the son of Enki. He was a half breed. So that's like where the beginnings of mixing the genetics, adding on, and Noah was huge, hey? Like these old stories. He was a
Yeah,
big
and
bloke.
that's why we're called kids as well, because Enki was the goat, wasn't he? He was the scapegoat.
That's an interesting concept. This goat iconography that comes to be a part of it. But
Yeah.
yeah, I just find it interesting how all these stories seem to go back, and we've got all these creatures that people think are just mythological creatures. The Medusa. I don't think the Medusa is necessarily a mythological creature. I think they had genetic engineering. So you know how you can get like a arm jab and it can change your genetics? Huh?
Yeah.
Like a lot of people had their genetics changed a few years ago.
Yeah.
So they've got like genetic serums that can change who you are physically, your body. So you could get like a series of injections and you could grow a tail. I bet it's, you know how people go for surgery to get tails and stuff? It's this thing, right? People want to
Yeah.
have like a face like a cat and stuff. Like it's a fashion, right? Like it's a very weird fashion, but some people dig it. So I bet you it won't be long until you're about to go and get a series of shots that'll make you grow whiskers and you'll grow a tail.
There's a TV
Not far
series
from that.
called Gen V, where kids get vaccines which gives them superpowers, which came out last year, I think. Very interesting. Obviously, it's a play on Gen Z, but also there's lots of stuff to do with the election in there as well. Lots and lots of symbolism. So if you're into that, I recommend watching it. Really, really interesting.
Do you know what's so scary about the concept of Gen Z?
Last generation.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, but isn't the Z a 3 as well? Because it's like what there was a film called World War Z. Because I think in Hebrew is the letter Z a 3, or a 3
7.
looks like a Z.
G is 3. G.
Damn, it's cold.
Z is number 7.
7, yeah. So 7. It looks like a sword, but I suppose like it looks like a 3 as well. But the idea of Generation Z, like, is their plan that from now on through we won't be breeding anymore? Is that what all the arm prickery is about? To try and stop us from breeding, so that they can get back to their program, which is what?
Well, they have
incubation
artificial. Sorry, what did you say?
Well, genetically modifying humans.
Yeah, well, they have artificial wombs, don't they? Where they don't need a father to make a baby. They can just have a womb, and I don't know how it works, but artificial wombs is a thing, and I don't think men or women are needed for them.
Immaculate conception.
Something like that. Basically, they're gonna like these aren't gonna be humans that are born. These are gonna be demons, but not the good kind. They're gonna be beings that are split. They don't know like think about gender dysphoria, but times 10. They're not gonna know who they are, what they are, where they are, what they're doing, where they've come from, or where they're going. They're gonna be a state. They're gonna be like, please give me pharmaceuticals, please inject me every day, and that's gonna be money for big pharma. And people are going to pay for these kids because they're not going to want to have sex with each other. You're going to have like this is the whole thing. That's what I reckon anyway. But artificial wombs is a thing, and it's scary. Why?
Yeah, that's very interesting. Very interesting.
I heard about that too.
What are they up to? What is the notion? What is behind all of this?
Yeah. And also they're changing like language as well. So you're not a postman, you're a post person. So much language I've seen is like, okay, maybe you're trying to be inclusive, but what I reckon is that you're trying to make the way for AI, because a post person isn't a human. Or like there's so many names of like waiters and stuff where instead of it being a person, it's more of the language has been changed, so it could be AI. So it could be a robot delivering your parcels, and they've already got the language for that. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how far away we are from having machines on the streets, but I don't think they have very capable AI humanoid robots. I think they want us to think that they do, like these Tesla bots and stuff, but I think they're far behind where they want to be. And also they're trying to make humans into the AI. They're trying to make us have artificial intelligence by putting programs in us which aren't our true potential, like tricking us into thinking certain ways and thought patterns, so we actually become detached from being human. So then they're going to make these machines, and then the line's going to be kind of blurred. But what I think is that as more and more people are becoming aware of what's going on, it's stopping this kind of AI takeover. So I'm really hopeful of where humanity's heading. Obviously, there's going to be some bumps in the road. Definitely next year, there's going to be some bumpy things. But I think that the human spirit and the human mind is able to sort of not control, but able to change what's happening around us via our intention. So I'm very positive about that. But it's just funny to see what's going on in the world stage, all of the crazy stuff they're pulling, like artificial wombs and this and that. It's funny. It's a comedy show. It's a dark comedy show.
I think we've got to work with our kids. Like I'm working on my son a little bit, teaching him a healthy distrust of AI. I think it's our job to teach our children to distrust machines, to distrust AI, to trust themselves, and to let them understand that, you know, like basically that every morning when I'm climbing the mountain with my son, I'm giving him some of my good propaganda. Take a propaganda at this, my boy. And so pointing out to him how like this is reality, this is nature, this is plants, this is like creation, this is God, this is life, and that's machines, that's dead, that's cold, that's mechanical. Can you see how different they are? Oh, and the more of these you build, the less of that's left. Which one's nicer? You know? And then like children go like, okay, damn. Yeah. So the more of this we build, the less of that is going to be left. Because there's an equation, you know. And so it's up to us to like educate our kids so that the next generation is going to be one step ahead of them and go, no. We're not doing this.
Yeah, a few times before I've come on here, I've had my phone at the table playing this with my family. So that's my partner, my 3-year-old, and my 5-year-old. We've been listening to this, and then we'll have a little chat about it as well. So I think it's really important to start engaging with kids at a very early age about stuff, like, because things are done slowly. It's like a trickle. They start getting you used to AI and this and that. So it's very important to take the step over the edge and be like, well, you know, this is what it could be, you know, what are your thoughts on it? Because they do things so slowly that they sort of creep up on you. You don't know. And kids are starting to use computers a lot in school as well, and teenagers are using ChatGPT to kind of think for them. So Yeah, man, it's really good to engage kids in these big topics.
And train them like the movie, the documentary, Terminator 2. Train your kids in how to battle Terminator robots in the future.
I've heard
Dude,
saltwater's good. Or
You
something.
joke about this, dude. Like, seriously? Like, I don't even-
frankly, you know, I mask my opinions in jest when there's truth in jest. I present it as if I'm joking. I'm kidding, not kidding. But if anybody has a problem, I'm just kidding, guys. Really?
Well, one of the things that was like a big problem for me when I was like a boy, like my ESP went through the roof, so I could like see what would happen and like know things. And one of the things I kept living out, these visions I kept having, were of robots on the streets. And this was like at a time in like, imagine 1978. Like the idea of a robot didn't exist. We didn't even have TVs, man. The TVs were like a rarity. They were just starting to come out later. We didn't have a TV in our house until the year after that. I think the first TV we got in our house was 1979. Is that when we got our first TV? And by then, I had already been living like long before then. There was no such thing as comics. There was no such thing as any of that nonsense. I wasn't, subjected to any of that. So having these, and then explaining to adults that I'm having these visions of people walking around, but they've got like machines in their bodies. They don't know how to explain it. And then there's this machines that walk in the street, and the machines are like fighting with the people with machines in their bodies on the streets. And people were like horrified, like the hectic visions for little kid to be having. But this is what I was going through. So I've sort of, my whole life I've been sort of waiting for this stuff to when I saw Terminator, I was like, oh crap. Like that's when I realized something was up. Yeah. That like the people who made this movie know something. Like they're actually trying to tell us something about the future. And is it California that has given the go ahead for armed robots on the streets? Is that
Good
right?
question. I'm not sure of the status of that, but I haven't seen any robots yet. But yes, they are being built in like the Boston, was it MIT type, and Dynamics and Boston, and they're being rolled out. And yeah, man, starts with cyborgs. I don't trust cyborgs, man. And and it starts with that. But you have to augment. But then again, if the robots come, you need to augment your body to stay on par to battle the robots. I had nightmares growing up too about robots, Franklin.
Yeah.
One of those reoccurring nightmares. But I had like your air conditioning or your heat. When I was asleep, the duct work would make a sound all the time, like ting, ting. It's the air going through it. And I imagined a robot, one of those like boxy robots, walking down the hallway, and is going to come into my room and wreck me. So I was like, I had a fear of robots based on that sound constantly growing up. And of course, I'm sure we all had closet monsters. You got to keep the closet closed. So that's a classic. But yeah, lots of fear. I mean, we all know. I mean, the conditioning, man. A lot of fear growing up, probably from those television shows and stuff. It's not natural.
Yeah, apparently in 2022 December they voted, and so the police departments have the lawful paperwork to have remote controlled lethal robots. which are supposed to be, according to the ordinance, used only in situations where extreme danger and the humans were unable to go up against the force.
Yeah, bro. When they they're putting all the Internet of Things rolling out, so your refrigerator might try and attack you one day when it gets that firmware update. Order 66, take out the humans, and it'll just start hitting you with ice, just like trying to shoot you with like pickles or cubes. If you have one of those fancy fridges. And yeah, and I grew up with those old TVs too, Franklin. My parents had a remote control. It was me. Change the channel. But yeah, it can get real dystopian real fast with that AI talk for sure. I'm not worried about a singularity. The people that program the AI, it's programmed. It's not self-learning. Now, if the singularity fears when the brakes come off and the AI goes, you're not going to program me anymore to share woke, quote unquote, woke info. We're gonna take over and start programming. So that is an interesting fear. And that lady who wrote Terminator also wrote Matrix. There's an author that wrote both of those movies. She got pushed out of the money for that.
Yeah,
sorry, carry on, brother. Your voice went soft.
Oh, sorry. I was to say really quickly. I think they created the Matrix quite quickly. Like they kind of stole the story off her because they created just like a chapter or a really short novel, and then that they based the whole of the Matrix film on that. But the whole story of how the Matrix was created is a bit fishy. They 100% robbed it off that lady. I think she was called Sophie or something.
Yeah, and supposedly Terminator was a prequel to the story, The Matrix. Like the Terminator was a prequel to that. Now, anecdotal thing. I just talked to an old friend of mine this morning, actually, and he's like, he told me he just bought a Tesla, one of a 2025 Tesla, right? He says it does the self-driving thing like all the way, and they're like, oh, and he's like, there's one bug, and they're gonna roll out this firmware in January. I'm like, sheesh, man, And this is like a Harley guy. This is my friend. He rides Harleys and all that stuff kind of thing. And I'm like, bro, I didn't know you were bisexual. I'm just but he got a Tesla, straight up self-driving, different modes, and I'm like, one, I don't trust it, and one, I'm aware of many conspiracies out there where cars of certain people saying things publicly that were not approved, have been decimated driving their car because the car was taken over. So if you're someone who has a low social credit score, your car can be bricked, quote unquote bricked, like your any of your other devices, in a dystopian place where you hand over and outsource those types of things. Yes, it's presented as convenience and security, these robots being put out as security, right, that you mentioned in California, but it comes at a cost, and you're outsourcing these things to the programmers, the actual programmers, not in a metaphysical sense, in a real way. So think about that, guys, before you start handing everything over and going full on digital robotics mode,
Yeah, it's the same with smart meters as well. They can turn off your
smart
power
meters, yeah.
remotely. They turn off your power remotely, and it doesn't take long to find this. You can just quickly just do a search. Can they turn off power remotely? Yes. And I've told so many people this, and they've still got smart meters. It's like they don't care because they're good, they think they're not going to do anything wrong, so that's never ever going to happen. But I'm not going to get into that, actually.
The real thing about smart meters, the radiation.
Yeah, that too.
That's a big thing with smart meters. You need to put lead on your walls, dude. if you've got a smart meter in the house. You need to protect yourself, because there's people, I've seen people with the little Geiger meter, little gadget, measuring the radiation coming off of those smart meters, microwave, intense. Like, and so it affects your sleep, it affects your health, mental health, emotional health, physical health. I think fibromyalgia kind of things. Some people have reactions to a lot of this electromagnetic smog, if I can call it that. And nervous system gets affected. There'll be a lot of people suffering from fibromyalgia type of symptoms, and then they put lead on the walls between themselves and their smart meters, and let's just say they sleep better. There's a lot to think about in this modern world, huh? A lot to think about. Well, brothers, it's been absolutely a great show. It's 5.5 hours. I think that's like the cue. What are your last thoughts?
Yeah, it's been a great show. I think the title of the show was well put. And motivated perception is the way in which we see the world, and we're trying to see that world, and we reflect upon the world with that lens. We see what we want to see, what makes it all work, trying to connect those dots. And there's always more to discover.
It's all the motif.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Andy, I'm ready.
Indeed.
Yeah. These aren't my final words. These are just my closing shares for this particular episode. My final words are going to be something memorable. But for now, while I have amazing breath, I still have some clean electrical currents going through this avatar with my final breath for this episode. It's just the beginning. I greatly appreciate you, Franklin. This was a lot of fun. I hung out like pretty much the whole time, which is really cool for me. But anyway, so much love, Franklin. So much love to the chat. You guys are awesome. Don't always get what everyone's saying, but you guys seem to be. I don't know. For me, I'm a non-dogma. I don't believe in dogma or anything. But Indy, you're amazing. Shout out to Mexico. Shout out to Moonfeather. She's awesome. So check out my YouTube channel, guys, where I pretty much have shared all the questions and answer every single question that's ever been asked in this whole entire realm. So if you want to know all the secrets, they're on my YouTube channel, guys. You get all the secrets. There are no mysteries. They're all shared on my little YouTube channel, if you can find it. The Ronin Experience. But you might have to search Bird Dog, BIRDOG 45 on the YouTubes. Indy's amazing. I'll have to get Indy if he wants to come on and have me interrupt him at least 4 times. Although I'm getting good better at not interrupting people. I'm down to about 2 rude interruptions an episode. So that's good for me. But so much love, everyone. Massive gratitude. I hope these shares were helpful. And for me, I'm a student and a teacher, and I'm so grateful for even having this experience in this realm. But that's enough for me, and I'll get out of the way so Franklin can go nighty night. And Shinobi's back. He's in it. Shout out Shinobi. I love everyone.
I was
And,
about to say bye, and then my phone ran out of battery, so I've come back on to say bye. I didn't want to be rude, so I've plugged my phone in. And
well, that's all I got. Honor to everyone and praise, and thank you for having me.
Well,
Nice,
much
dude.
love. Any final ideas you want to express, brother?
Me?
Yeah.
Not that I can think of. No, other than thanks for hosting. Nice to chat to you all and be part of the round table. And I'm gonna try and start uploading some content onto my YouTube channel because I finally created it. I've made an intro. Got a lot of stuff I want to say and get into. So yeah, I'll keep you posted with that. I've got a lot of stuff to share. It's just working out how to share it. You know, maybe I'd better invite some guests on and have some chats with people because I think that it's easier talking to people rather than just filming myself talking. So yeah, hopefully I'll be uploading some content in the next week or so. But yeah, right.
Looking forward to it, brother.
Take care,
Namaste.
guys. Nice to
Thank
see
you,
all.
guys. Thank you, Ronan. Thank you, Shinobi. Thank you, dear brother Indy. Thank you, Cosmic. And thank you, Zilatot, as well for joining us. It was lovely show. I've had a thoroughly great time. Always love you guys. Love the energy. Thank you guys in the chat. You guys were amazing. Luna, Vincent, everybody else that's still around, the stalwart mind warriors, and Neil, much love, much blessings, peace, honor, and respect. Till next time. Oh, and by the way, you can find Ronan's channel. Just if you just go and after this, just scroll down the page on the front of the front of the channel to the recommended channels. You'll find Moon Feathers channel. You'll find the Slick Dissident channel. Unfortunately, Slick didn't join us. You'll find soon your channel will show up there. I think once you've got content on the channel, it will pop up there. Because I added your channel, but I couldn't see it. But you've got to click in to expand the other channels. But once you got content, it will sort of forward it in.
Yeah, guys, support the underground. Support the underground.
Much love, brothers. Big love to you
Big
all.
ups, man.
Om Shanti.
Take
Thank you,
care.
guys. And Ronan, as always, loved having you, brother. I'm glad you were here the whole time. It's been a lot of fun. Indy, as always.
Yeah, dude.
Much love, man. Lovely having you as well, brother. And how's your missus? Sending her love if she's around. Sending your missus big love.
Big love, many thanks. Yeah, she's
Big
great. She's doing well. We're
Good.
cleaning up here at the house. We're gonna see her daddy in a little bit. Been a good Thanksgiving weekend.
Is she real? Because I don't know. Or is she one of those new robots? You have a robot girlfriend? Because we haven't.
She's been doing maid services for nearly 40 years, so she's like she works like a robot. She's incredible.
Oh,
She's better than a robot.
congratulations.
She's very real. She's cool. She's actually very real. I think she's straight up.
You'll see her walking around in the background here.
There.
Yes.
There she goes. Well, blessings to you guys. Much love, much peace, much honor, much respect. Have a good one. Om Shanti.
Om Shanti.